Hello and welcome. And we are back after yet for round five of the women's candidates. I'm Jovanka Hauska and I'm going to be your host. And it is a great pleasure for me to be commenting all the action alongside one of the most charismatic grandmasters on the planet, Ben Feingold. Ben, we are finally commentating together. I've been watching you in action for a long time.
Oh, thank you. I've been watching you do commentary, and it's always great watching you do commentary. And I hope I can live up to your other co-hosts, which also are very charismatic. And the coverage has been great so far, and I hope I can add to it. But I think the games speak for themselves, and the players are really playing exciting chess. And hopefully, we can bring the games and make it even more exciting for the people watching.
Yeah, it's going to be a pleasure. I can't wait for today's action. This tournament has been full of drama, as Ben says. There have been twists, turns, there have been missed opportunities, and spectacular upsets. But at the top of the table, it is Tan Zhongyi with 3 points out of 4. Half a point behind her, it is the top seed Alexandra Goryachkina. And in joint third place, there are 3 people on 50%, including the lowest rated player, Nurgul Salimova. So this one is going to be really exciting. Do you think there's going to be any movement at the table?
Yeah, I expect a lot of decisive games, especially when I'm doing the commentary. So, decisive games, go decisive games. And I don't think that anybody in the tournament is really much stronger than anybody else. So, I think all the results are possible in all the games. And I expect some movement in the standings. I think there's been some missed opportunities, as you pointed out. And so some people are unhappy with their score, and some people are happy. But as we talked about earlier, it's early in the tournament, so we can expect some movement in the standings as we get to the midway point.
Okay, well, we started the tournament with Alexandra Goryachkina being the favorite. There you can see she is the top seed, but it is Tan Zhongyi in red whose chances the field are predicting to improve. And there you can see Katerina Lagno there. She's in third with the chances of roughly 15%. The rest of the field, though, you can see that their chances, according to this probability table, is going down. Is there anything that surprises you about this?
Well, Tongji being the favorite makes sense because she has the most points, but I think that table's going to move every round, and we're going to see some lines moving and crisscrossing, and it's so early in the tournament that I think that table is going to be more important like after rounds 9, 10, 11 when we're getting towards the end of the tournament, because right now people are just getting into their form. And I mean, at this point in the tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if anybody wins. But you got to say that Zhang Yi's the favorite because she has the most points.
She does have the most points, but you're right. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And today it is round five, day after the rest days. Will the players be rejuvenated? Let's have a look. Leighton J will play against Katerina Lagno. Vaishali will take on Anna Muzychuk. Humpy Koneru faces Alexandra Goryachkina, and Tan Zhongyi will play Nurgul Salimova. Which one of these matches excites you the most, Ben?
I like all the matches, and I think they're all going to be exciting. And I'm looking, I guess, most forward to the Ten Zhongyi since she's in first place against Salimova, who just won her last game. And she's the only IM in the tournament, but she plays like a GM, and she'll be a GM soon enough. And I'm sure she's looking forward in this event to gain a lot of rating points since she's the lowest rated player. But the play are all pretty similar in strength. Um, all 3 results can happen in any game, and the style of the players, I think this is going to be a very exciting game between Zhang Yi and Salimova.
Yes, that is definitely going to be an exciting one. Let's not also forget that Salimova, she's just 20 years old, and she is playing the experienced former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi. And there you can see in the camera another big matchup.
very strategical. And as you said earlier, Goryachkina is the highest rated player in the tournament. But I mean, Humpy's no stranger to being the highest rated, and she's had a great chess career. And I'm sure that she still feels confident in her chances this tournament. So I expect a long, strategical, hard fought game. And maybe time trouble will have an influence on the result. But nobody's going to give in this game. It's going to be a hard fought game.
Yeah, and you could just see there Humpy tapping away. I think she just wants to get going. And she's got the white pieces again. Humpy usually a default. They're clapping away. Unfortunately, we don't get the sound effects. It did look like they were just going, come on, let's get going. And here we go. Handshake Tan Zhongyi against Salimova. This is certainly an encounter we've been waiting for. And with Tan Zhongyi, it's always a surprise whether she's going to go for e4 or d4. d4 is her main opening choice, but e4 chosen. So, and now Salimova has captured my heart because she has reverted back to her trusted Caro-Kann. Salimova usually plays the Caro-Kann, but she has been deploying in these last two encounters with the black pieces the Petrov defense. But perhaps after her loss against Vaishali in round 3, she wants to switch things up. And what choice is Tan Zhongyi going for? E5. So this opening is not going to come as a surprise to Tan Zhongyi, but perhaps c5 is very combative from the get-go.
This is actually funny for me. This is a good day that people chose for me to be co-commentator, because not only a couple of months ago did I do a lecture on Salimova, I also did a lecture on this variation of the Caro-Kann where black plays c5. So we're getting a 2-for-1 here. The Botvinnik-Karls variation, and actually, although bishop f5 is a more common move than c5, I've played c5 myself when I played the Caro-Kann, and it looks like Tan Zhongyi is, I don't know if she's slightly surprised or not, but she hasn't made her fourth move yet. So maybe it's a mild surprise.
Well, what I like about this is that with this reaction, you really need to be reacting in a kind of concrete manner, either with d takes c5 or going knight to f3, or perhaps challenging immediately with c4. You can go c3, but this is not the most challenging response to black's ambitious setup.
Yeah, that's correct. Typically, if you want to punish c5, white should be playing aggressively, and as you said, either take on c5 or play a more aggressive move than just the solid c3. And I'm wondering if Salimova typically would play c5, or if she plays bishop f5 as her main move. But it seems to me this was not the move that Zhongyi expected. Since she played e5 very quickly, she played the advanced Caro-Kann. Maybe c5 was a mild surprise.
Yes, c5, it does appear to be a mild surprise, but it's a good opening choice from Salimova. It has our approval, and I'm really curious. Do you think that she's going to take the pawn? Do you think that she's going to play it safe and do c3 or something like that?
I think taking the pawn is the best move, and I mean, she has to have some preparation if she's playing the advanced Caro-Kann with e5, because c5 isn't played occasionally. But I think taking the c5 is the principled way to try to refute c5, since black's lost the tempo by playing c6 and then c5.
Yeah. And then are you a fan of going knight c6 or e6?
You know, when I was playing this with black, I was analyzing mainly knight c6, but I noticed at the grandmaster level, more people were playing e6 than knight c6. So I've actually played both, but now my games in this variation are limited to Blitz Chess Online. So I think e6 is the safer choice, and knight c6 is more aggressive, and often black is going to sacrifice a pawn after that. E6 attempts to gain the pawn back immediately with an early bishop takes c5.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm curious, just because of Tan Zhongyi's hesitation, if you see DC5, I would almost be tempted to go knight C6 and try to be a maximalist about this whole
Hmm.
thing, because it's very difficult to wing this type of variation. You need to know what you're doing. Because, yes, as you mentioned, black does sacrifice a pawn, but you get a lot of play and you have that potential for the breakthrough. Zhongyi seems to be out of her preparation. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and see if there have been any other surprises in the opening?
We have very similar positions in Li Tingqi and Lagno, and also Vaishali Muzychuk. Looks like they've played the same kind of opening. And we have an almost symmetrical position in Koneru versus Goryachkina. Uh, Looks like it's going
Wait,
to transpose into some kind of uh, Queen's Gambit accepted.
so which color, which game? I'm drawn to the colors, you see. I shall we? Which one do you want to head to? Do
I
you
wanted
want
to
to
look
head
at
to?
Humpy's game with Goryachkina.
Okay, let's go there because Humpy. Let's start from the beginning. Humpy usually opens with d4, and indeed, this is the beginning. She does open with d4. And I was curious, how will Goryachkina play this? Will she go for her trusted Slav defense or perhaps go for a Queen's Gambit declined? And would Humpy just play it solid and simple, which is how she normally handles the opening? Because we did see in round 4 that she started playing in a really aggressive fashion straight out of the opening, which is really unusual for Humpy. But after e6, knight to f3, knight to f6, and she goes for knight c3, and Goryachkina lashes out with c5 already. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but Humpy reacts with e3, and now after pawn c4, and then bishop takes c4, it is now Goryachkina's move.
Yeah, and E3 is a very solid way of playing for white, not playing for a big advantage, which actually I've played several times. And with black taking on C4 early, we're actually just transposing into a Queen's Gambit accepted, where, well, instead of playing DC on move 3, black's played it later in the game before white has moved her bishop on F1. So it's technically this is a Queen's Gambit accepted, even though it was accepted much later than usual. And you get that from these double queen pawn openings when white's played c4 and black's played c5. You can transpose into different variations of different openings pretty easily. And black just played a6. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Goryachkina is a Queen's Gambit accepted player, but I'm sure something like this was in her prep when she played c5 so early.
Yes, I would anticipate that she's got this prepared, and she does go for the main move, which is a6. And now Humpy, she has to consider castling. Is she going to perhaps stop this b5 push with a4, or is she going to go for a little bit more solid? A little bit more. I gotta stop with this British understatement. A lot more solid. D takes c5 and heading into an endgame.
Yeah, I think castles and a4 are the most common moves in this
Yeah.
position. Um, and hopefully, Humpy has some preparation in this line because if I think if White just plays boring standard moves, Black gets very close, if not complete equality. Um, and we have to put some pressure on Black's position since Black is underdeveloped. White has 3 pieces developed, and Black has 1, and it's White's turn to move. But as you said, Black wants to play b5, and the question is White going to allow it or play a4? And either way is playable. It's a matter of taste.
Yeah. And okay. What do we expect Humpy to do? Do you think she's going to castle? Allow b5?
Uh, Boy, if I have to make a prediction, I'm going to predict a4.
I was also leaning towards a4. I thought, Humpy seems to have been a little bit surprised.
Hmm.
So I think she will veer for just controlling the activity. But I have to say, I did suggest the boring d takes c5. Those type of positions, they're a little bit more poisonous than you would believe. So maybe we might see something like that, especially if she's surprised. She might take the Boris Spassky approach, which is
Hmm.
always you respect your opponent's surprises and you send your seconds to work on it through the night, and then you come back refreshed and ready with your poisonous weapon. And there we do see Goryachkina returning to the board. So yeah, we are predicting a4, preventing this b5. But to be honest, anything can happen here. Knight c6 could be possible, and then castle kingside. And then the game again might go bishop to e7, or black might make a decision with c takes d4. And, well, the game is still within the realms of theory. So, shall we go side view and have a look at how the other games are developing?
Yeah, the games that had a very similar opening have changed a lot because Lagno played c5 very early, and Muzychuk played bishop c5 and bishop a7. So they started out the same, but now they look completely different.
Okay, so which one do you want to go to? Do you want to go to
Let's go to a Tingji versus Lagno.
Tingji against Love? Okay, yep. And yeah, completely. I see your point. So it started right. Let's work our way from the beginning because this is the opening part: e4, e5, and there you can see Lei Tingji plays bishop c4. And what I liked about Li Tingji, she's been employing the opening surprises. So earlier on, we did see her use the Evans gambit, which made my inner child very, very happy. So
Mhm.
bishop c4. So I would perhaps expect knight to g5 for her, but no, she instead goes for d3 and bishop e7 and castles, very normal, bishop b3. And after d6, you have to preserve this bishop on b3. So you've got to give it a square to retreat to, because otherwise knight to a5 is going to be problematic for this piece. So that's why c3 happens, knight to a5 anyhow, bishop c2, and c5 on the board. I'm just going to check the openings because I'm not an e4, e5 player. I did try to experiment with it in the the late noughties, so to speak, but I was resoundly trashed. I couldn't get a handle on this opening of e4, e5, and I didn't like the fact that my opponent could just prepare something devastated and I would be lost within 25 moves.
Yeah, this is one way for black to play. The openings actually from the games that I thought were similar. Actually, this was a two knights, so black played bishop e7 quickly instead of bishop c5. And in the Vaishali game with Muzychuk, it wasn't a two knight, so bishop c5 was played early. Uh, so we actually have different kinds of pawn structures. And this position actually looks like it could come from Marie Lopez, also the Spanish, where white's playing bishop b5, bishop a4, bishop c2, and black is playing on the queen's side with a6 and b5. So it's sort of similar to that. And the question really is white going to build up very slowly with, rook e1 and bring the knight over to the king side to either g3 or e3, or is white going to very quickly play for d4 and try to attack the center?
Yeah, so yeah, you're completely right. The main moves are to go knight d2, keep things flexible, rook to e1, and say knight d2, keeping it flexible. It seems to be that black is anticipating d4, so try to control the center, go knight c6, the knight on the edge will fall off the hedge, as they say, rook to e1, and Castle was always mentioned that a good plan for black is to go rook e8 and go bishop to f8, just to
Mm-hmm.
keep an eye on this pawn on e4, and yeah, knight to f1. This is just kind of how the game might continue, and then it becomes knight g6, knight g3, sorry, or knight to e3. Yes, it reminds me of the pawn structure that Lagno had against Goryachkina in the first encounter, but that one actually came from a Sicilian defense, and there Goryachkina got into big problems because her bishop was all the way on f1. Now at least it's on c2, so Katerina won't have such an easy time of it like she did in that game.
Yeah, I always like these positions for white, although typically I find myself having black in these positions because I don't play e4 very often myself with white, but for a long time I was playing e4, e5 with black, and I would get these kinds of positions. And I always sort of liked white's position better. It seemed like white had chances to play d4, and white could attack on the king side, and I wasn't really sure how to equalize. So, like,
Mhm.
just personally, I like white in these positions.
Okay. So I've asked every single grandmaster about this type of Italian game position, and to give me just one nugget of advice, because these positions in practice, they're very difficult because both sides don't have so much space, and there are no trades on the board. So I managed to get that the reason that white stands better is because this light square bishop is actually better than its counterpart, despite
Mhm.
appearances. That's the only nugget of advice that I got.
No, that the bishop on c2 that can be treacherous later in the game. Sometimes it stays on c2, and we open up the center. And sometimes it goes to b3, and that could be a weak diagonal for black. So that bishop has more potential than the black bishop, which is either blocking black's pieces, or if it goes to g4, it could just get trapped on g6, and you don't really want to trade the bishop and give white the white squares and the two bishops. So it is true that I like my bishop on c2 better than the bishop on c8.
Yeah. And going to the game position, I can see that after that some moves have been made, rook e1, knight c6, a3, a3 being played, and then after rook e8, b4. So it's going for a very modern setup, which I've seen Magnus Carlsen employ a lot, which is all about just grabbing that space on the queen side and then continuing with development. It feels to me very much like Alpha Zero, because before I was always just like knight d2, knight f1, king side play, and forget about the queen side. But in this modern day of chess, it's like, no, you got to expand as much as possible on the wings, set yourself up for a great endgame, and then trade the pieces.
Yeah, and if neither side plays with the center soon with d4 or d5, then b4 actually makes a lot of sense, putting pressure on black's position, gaining space. And it looks like white could decide to just simply play on the queen side instead of that knight maneuver we were discussing earlier to g3. Um, and again, this a3 b4 idea has been seen before, but this is sort of why I like white better than black. It seems like white's the one with the options to go forward, and black is just defending against them.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. White does have the flexibility in this position, and we do see a very quick a6 from Lagno, just preventing the white pawn from attacking the knight on b5 and potentially getting ready for that eventual pawn break in the center. But okay, that will have to be done at the right time. So this is going to be a tense game. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at our final game, which is between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk? And you can see it is the Italian, but in a different incarnation. As you mentioned, this bishop has come out to c5 and is now sitting on a7, so it is a great piece. And Vaishali has followed in her brother's footsteps. I saw this lovely interview with Prague where he says sometimes he borrows Vaishali's prep,
Well, that's
and it's
nice.
not the other way around, right? And
And the
there,
word is borrow. Yeah.
yes, steal is a more appropriate one, right? Bishop goes to g5, And now the bishop has been kicked back to h4. What do you make of this idea of a quick bishop to g5?
Yeah, that's one way for white to avoid playing bishop e3 early and trading the bishops, which we also see. Um, and then it's very interesting whether basically black decides at some point early in the game to play the move g5. And that makes the game very interesting. Black sometimes just attacks on the king side and sometimes just castles queen side, pushes the king side pawns. And sometimes black just plays solid and doesn't play g5. And then white's bishop is sort of nice on h4, pinning the knight to the queen. So we could see black play either way, nice and solid, and try to just have an equal position, or play g5 and go for the attack.
Yeah. And just rewinding a little bit, I'm curious as to where the players departed from the main ideas. So bishop c4, bishop c5, this is all standard. And then let's go forward. d3, knight to f6. Bishop comes out to g5. So far, so good. Complex stuff. And this is the thing with Vaishali. We know that she's very well prepared. She excels in chaotic positions. Whereas Anna is more of a positional player. So she is d6, c3, and then this is where h6 happens, bishop h4, and now after a5, and then knight d2. I'm just trying to identify what is the... So it's been played a few times, knight d2, bishop a7, and here the main move is to castle. But a4 seems to be a little off the beaten track, so to speak. And again, black is always castling. So Anna decides not to go in for anything like that. Maybe she wants to prepare for a g5 at some point, and then bishop to b5 is the move that was played in the database. But instead, castle's played. And here, this is the issue. As you mentioned, go g5, go bishop d7. Do you... I wouldn't castle at all with the black pieces because I feel like this pin is just too inconvenient.
Yeah, if you castle king side, then you're probably never going to play g5. Um, yeah, this isn't so easy for black to play these positions because it's not clear where black should castle. It's not clear if black should play g5 and play aggressively, or just play for solid equality. Um, yeah, so there's bishop d. I mean, the bishop on c8 can go anywhere: d7, e6, g4, and they're all different.
Yeah.
And it seems dangerous for black to castle queenside since white can always play b4 pretty quickly and get an attack on black's king. So yeah, this is an important position for transitioning into the middle game, which plan black's going to attempt here. And it seems like Vaishali is the better prepared player in this opening, just based on the time usage.
Yeah, totally. And this is where I love this type of tournament because the mind games are in full force here. Because if you go g5, which is probably a good move, a good decision, you're playing into your opponent's strengths. Vaishali, we know, she's very well prepared. She thrives in complicated positions. She knows the plans. Do you take that route? or do you go, hang on a second, let's just go bishop d7 and then castle and then try to play normal chess, but then you could potentially be accepting an inferior position on account of this pin, and you might be obliged to go g5 anyhow at some stage.
That's right. It could be g5 now or delaying g5. And, if she doesn't want to play that, one of the ideas black has in similar positions, which I think wouldn't work out here, is to play knight d8 to e6. And I like that idea better when the bishop's on g5. So we're actually attacking the bishop. And then the knight has, access to f4 and controls the center and blocks the white bishop. But here, since knight e6 doesn't attack the bishop on g5, it seems like white could simply play d4 here and play in the center and the black knight is sort of missing from c6. We would
Yeah.
want to have our black knight on c6 here.
Yeah,
So it seems like
totally.
black really just can't play that way. That lessens the options that black has. And it seems like at some point, sooner or later, black may have to play g5 since this pin on the knight is so annoying.
And after g5, bishop to g3, I guess this is where you have to, again, do you go bishop out to g4? That looks scary. Or do you go bishop to d7? I think I would try bishop to d4 again, just to keep an eye out for these d4 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I guess we'll find out what Vaishali's plan is, because she's played this very confidently, very, very quickly. I guess maybe it's going to be bishop to b5, maybe insisting on getting d4. What other moves are possible? Maybe b4 at some stage, rook b1. I've seen that happen.
I like your bishop to b5 move because not only are you pinning the knight and making long castle look sort of silly, white can also play knight c4 soon, which threatens the pawn on a5, and
Yeah.
also retreating the knight back to e3, which is an excellent square.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But well, black will have to play incredibly active, right? You have to go. Do you go h5 here, or do you go knight to h5, knight to f4? Oh, we're going to be in for fun and games, Ben. You asked.
Mm-hmm.
Vaishali is delivering. This is what we want. Complex. Are you a player that thrives in complicated positions, or do you prefer the positional easy game?
Yeah, when I was younger, in my teens and 20s, I liked to mix it up. And
Mm-hmm.
as I got older, then I didn't like that as much because I was getting outcalculated. So now I like positional, boring games that are more of a style with somebody my age.
Yeah, me too. But as a commentator, I adore the complicated positions.
It's
There's something thrilling about them. There's so many options, and there's a beautiful kind of just beautiful synergy in the kind of the fog of the chessboard. Love it. So shall we go back to the bird's eye view, because this game is going to get very complicated, it's going to get messy. Maybe there's been some developments in our top board, which is between Tan Zhongyi and Salimova there in the yellow in the bottom. Let me pull it up.
mm-hmm.
So we left it very early on with d takes c5 being played. And I'm just going to get at the game. Okay, so d takes c5. We thought that Tan, maybe a little bit surprised, maybe she might not react in this way. But Salimova, she does go e6. She goes for the most solid option, and then she takes on c5. And bishop to d3, so far, this is all very standard. This knight wants to find itself on g6 in order to put pressure against e5. And now knight to d2, knight to c6, knight b3, and bishop b6. Again, this bishop wants to reroute to c7. Again, pressure is going to be on e5. It's going to be a big question whether white can maintain that pawn. And after queen c7, that's unusual. Sorry. I was expecting knight to g6.
Yeah, queen c7 looks a little awkward, but I guess she not only wants to play knight g6, she's also eyeing knight b4, which
Yeah.
tries to get the bishop on d3, and the bishop can't go to e2 because the c2 pawn would be hanging
Uh-huh.
after queen c7. So that's probably her idea. A lot of times in these openings, white plays a very early a3 to avoid all that knight b4 stuff, and also occasionally to play b4, attacking the bishop on c5. But Ten Zhongyi didn't go for that. She didn't
Yeah.
play a3. She developed quickly. And so now queen c7 is an interesting idea, trying to take advantage of the fact that black would also like to play knight b4.
Yeah. So yeah, queen c7 is not a move that I'm familiar with. Again, I was expecting, I've kind of gone for the mainstream knight to g6, put pressure, and then I think, well, your least favorite move, right? f6. going for a break like that. But queen to c7. Okay.
F6 would be great if I'm watching, just not if I'm playing. F6 would make the
Yeah,
game more exciting. Yeah.
yeah. Always, always. Yeah, f6 always. It's a funny thing. Like for the pure Caro-Kann player, f6 is always a bit nerve-wracking, and I've never encountered any like hard and fast rules of like when to go f6, when you should be going c5, and I when they're bad and when they're good. So yeah, in general for the Caro, I tend to go for a quick c5, and if I'm prevented, then only then f6.
Hmm.
But queen to c7, and now decision time for Tan Zhongyi, because as Ben's pointed out, knight to b4 is the threat with this attack against c2 and the bishop. So if white were to, well, there's also the issue that this pawn was hanging on e5.
Yeah,
Let's not forget.
White has some stuff to do here. That's right. It could be that
Uh,
White just has to give up the two bishops to defend the pawn on e5. Then I guess Black would be relatively happy.
Yeah. Okay. So let's put that into practice. So how to defend? So we need to defend this pawn on e5. So rook e1, right?
Hmm.
And let this knight come to b4.
Yeah, maybe White doesn't want to give up the bishop for the knight and would play bishop b5 check and trade the bishops and kick the knight out with c3.
Yeah. But on the other hand, this is not a great piece. This bishop.
That's true. Yeah, it could be White would be happier if Black takes on d3 and we take with the pawn and play d4.
Yeah.
Or we could even take with the queen and play for an attack against Black's king. So maybe bishop
Exactly.
b5 check that's not the right idea.
Yeah. Maybe we need to make a move. I can't think of a move to make. C3. I don't know whether that's just encouraging Black to do what they wanted to do, and it wasn't so necessary. So what would be a move? C3? Let's just say C3. Let's
c3
force
seems
the issue.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight takes bishop, queen takes knight, and then let's go bishop d7.
Yeah, it seems like White eventually could get an attack against Black's king. Uh,
Yeah, that was made me nervous. So after castles, I was
right.
very worried about jumping in. I don't quite know with which piece, but either the bishop.
Either one looks good. Yeah, knight
Yeah, it
g5,
does,
knight
doesn't it?
g5 is scarier.
It's true. It threatens checkmate. The queen
Hmm.
takes h7. So if Black were to play h6, oh no, queen h7 checkmate. That is a mating pattern that everyone should know, especially if you're amongst our younger viewers, because this is done a lot in scholastic chess. So, okay, so knight to g6 would be needed. And then there are some. And then how to continue? I guess you
Yeah,
go.
I'm looking at h4, h6, h5, and I'm confused. It's a good thing I'm a commentator and not a player because I'd have to think about this for such a long time, and my clock would be going down.
Yeah, this is crazy. You'd
Hmm.
have a situation where it go f takes g6 and then
The f2
problems
pawn
on
is weak.
f2.
Hmm.
And then we have this beautiful pawn structure, right?
Purple
Yeah,
pawns are three times as good. Exactly.
exactly. I call them the drunk pawns. Bishop to e3, and then yeah, it just
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know whether the activating of the rook is enough compensation for having these little ones. Well, interesting development there from Salimova, who has launched the first opening surprise there, going back to the Caro-Kann and now coming up with a new move, queen to c7, forcing Tan Zhongyi to think. And I think this is the perfect time for us to go on a short break now that the players have settled past the opening stage. So, do remember that if you're watching the stream without subscribing on Twitch, you're missing out on all the emote action that takes chat to another level. With sub only emotes updating for every event, your subscription unlocks reactions of players like Vaishali and Leighton J. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription. So, use exclam subscribe in the chat now to level up. And on that note, we're going to be on a short break.
This is Grandmaster Daniel Narditsky. We are watching Valentina Gunina taking on Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, at the 2023 World Blitz Championship in Uzbekistan. And the players starting off with a pretty conventional opening, a Queen's Gambit decline, and now a semi-Tarrasch as Ju Wenjun brings her C-pawn up to the center. And a big exchange in the center. This is a very, very popular opening. Black takes on d4 and then takes on d5 and now gets an isolated queen pawn on d5. Okay, now the rook comes into d1, and now it's Gunina's turn to launch an offensive and chase the black pieces out of the center. Knight to e7. Ju Wenjun has to oblige. And are there tactics? No. Back to home base goes the white queen. Bishop to d5, pinning the knight, forcing the weakening move. f3, Ju Wenjun is playing an amazing game with only a couple of seconds on her clock. She's doing a terrific job of sort of keeping the status quo and continuing to induce weaknesses in white's position. But she is still down a queen, and white is still pressuring the king side. Bishop to a7. Gunina has plenty of time on her clock. Queen to d3 was another devilish move. It threatened two checkmates on h7, and actually there was a mate on d8 that was threatened, and so Ju Wenjun has to make some luft. But g6 is a very weakening move in 4 seconds as that knight, it couldn't decide where to go. Knight to c6, knight to e4. Gunina brings her knight into the game. 2 seconds for Ju Wenjun. Rook to d8, chasing the white queen away. Oh, but that's a pin. That rook on d1 is undefended. Oh, Gunina blundered that move. Gunina blundered rook to d8, and now the white queen has nowhere to go. She might have to sacrifice the queen back. Oh, but that endgame is going to be really bad news for white because while the e3 pawn is weak, the a2 pawn is weak, and that black rook on c4 can infiltrate down to c1 or to the side down to a4. Gunina blundered rook to e8, and with only 3 seconds, the women's world champion was able to spot that the rook on d1 is undefended, and I don't see a different move for white. She might have to play queen takes rook, or maybe queen takes knight is a better version of that sacrifice. No, she's going to move back to f4. Gunina is going to keep her queen at all costs. Oh, with 2 seconds left, Ju Wenjun just didn't have the time to capture white's rook on d1, and instead she went g5. She allowed a check. She allowed a trade. Oh, white's going to win. Queen d6 check. What a move. King g7. Another check on h5. That's forced mate. That's forced mate. Knight h5 is mate in 2. Knight h5 is mate in 2 moves, and she finds it. And Ju Wenjun stops the clock and graciously extends her hand. She almost came all the way back, down a queen, but just didn't quite have enough time to deliver the final blow. All credit to Valentina Gunina for keeping pressure on the board and on the clock. What a game.
Welcome back. And the opening stage has passed in round 5 of the women's candidates. Remember, yesterday was a rest day. So we are getting to see all the opening preparations that the players have concocted today. So, Ben, what game catches your eye? Or which one are you most excited about?
We have a lot of changes in Humpy Koneru's game with Alexander Goryachkina, so we should probably look at that one.
Yeah, let's
It's a
go
lot
there.
different than the last time we looked.
Because when we left it, maybe maybe I'm to blame here, but I thought that Humpy would be going A4. So let's rewind a little bit and see how we got here. Because when we left it, bishop takes a6 had been played, and I was thinking in terms of the fact that Humpy had lost her round 4 game, I thought she might be wanting to play it cautiously. She might be wanting to contain Goryachkina's activity and go a4, but no, Humpy says no, 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 no. I'm in for just a brave chess, and she goes castles b5, and now bishop to b3 played, and now here after I'm just going to pull up the openings.
Hmm.
Bishop to b7 and queen to, not queen to e2, which is standard, but e4. And after e4, c takes d4 is the main move. And after knight takes d4, knight c6, knight takes c6, queen takes d1. The queens are off. And the big question here is that after bishop takes c6 and f3, blunting this bishop, where is White's play for the advantage, that is?
Well, as you said, I think f3 to defend e4 is thwarting the bishop on c6, so White has a nice pawn structure there. But with the naked eye, not knowing this position at all, it seems like Black should not be unhappy. Black has all of her pieces out. The rooks can go in the center. Her king can safely go to e7, I think. So, although she could just castle also. Um, yeah, if I was Black, I would think that I've just about equalized here. I wouldn't be unhappy.
Yeah, I kind of feel that as well, that I would not be unhappy in this type of position. The bishop is out with tempo, king to f1, and decision time for Goryachkina. So the main moves here, according to this database that I have, is to either go knight to d7, just to reinforce the protection of c5. You know, in this day and age, I've noticed that all the grandmasters, they love to overprotect their pieces. And when they're playing blitz, they're not going for those gung-ho attacks. Instead, they're making sure that everything's protected. So knight will come to d7, the king will come to e7, the rook comes to c8. Look at that, protecting this bishop. This other rook will come in, and I'm like, oh, different type of chess than I'm used to. So knight to d7. Another possibility is castles, as you mentioned, and king to e7 has also been played. H6, sorry, has also been played as well, just to take away the g5 square. And I'm just curious, if one were to castle, what is White's plan? And White's plan seems to be to go to bishop f4 and secure the d6 square.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The bishop stands well on f4 because not only does that help the bishop, that helps the rook on a1 if White wants to play rook c1
Yeah,
and put some pressure on those bishops.
definitely. Yeah. So interesting. Interesting. So it makes me uncomfortable actually about playing castles. Maybe the king is just too far away from the action. So stepping with this knight, that's
I
a
like knight
very,
d7. It protects the bishop on c5. And now if I play king e7, you can't play bishop g5 and pin my knight, which I like because I can just
yeah.
guard it with f6.
Although after bishop f4, king to e7,
Hmm.
rook ac1, there's still pressure in the air. Although after, I guess, rook c8, one rook goes to c8. I haven't made up my mind which one.
I'd probably
This
play
is one
rook
of
a to
those.
c8, but you could play either one.
Yeah, exactly. But do you often find that you make a move like rook a to c8, and then 10 moves down the line, you're thinking, oh, if I only played the other rook to c8, then I could have gone a5 and done
It,
something.
it happens all the time.
Me too. I'm glad to know that I'm not alone.
Mhm.
It's one of those things that you understand with the gift of hindsight. So, knight, this could be a type of play. What is Goryachkina? Has Goryachkina made a move? No, she's gone for king e7 directly. Okay, that's
Mhm.
fine. This does have the idea of going knight to d7. Again, very, very logical.
Yeah,
And
and
I guess we go for the same plan. Yeah.
the question is either player or both players happy with a draw this game? Because they're fighting players, and sometimes when you lose the next round, you're trying to play a quiet draw so you don't get on some kind of losing streak and you sort of reset yourself. Um, on the other hand, Goryachkina is the highest rated player in the tournament, and she wants to win the tournament. And this is a special tournament because a lot of chess tournaments, coming in second or third is slightly worse than coming in first, but it's still pretty good. You'll gain rating points and you'll have lots of victories. But in this particular event, you have to come in first. Then you could possibly become the world champion. And so usually draws won't cut it. And so every game should be both players fighting for a win. But when you see positions like this, you wonder if there's going to be more exchanges and the players will be happy to split the point and the next game try to get some kind of bigger advantage.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, right? Because you also have to remember that this tournament is 14 rounds. That's way longer than most tournaments. And not only that, the nerves and the pressure is going to be increased like 100-fold towards the end. Do you just bide your time and wait for the late middle part of the tournament, the end part, and then start upping the pressure? And you can do that by conserving your energy in the earlier games.
I think these players they need to win quick and win early and get a nice plus score, so they're in position to win when the tournament ends. So I don't think anybody's playing it too safe so far. I think it would be better if you had some big plus score with 2 or 3 rounds left and the draws wouldn't hurt you. Then you're +2 and you need to win 2 of your last 3 games to have any chance to fight for first. So I think there's
Yeah.
going to be a lot of fighting chess here in the middle rounds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would play it, seems to be a quiet position. Do you work massively hard, try to eke out a win in 100 moves, or do you just kind of say, okay, fine, let's just test it a little bit and then
Yeah, if I'm
go on
if
to the
I'm
next?
playing if I'm playing, I'm just testing it a little bit. I'm not going all out, but again, you need to win games, and as you said, it's a very long tournament. So some people want to conserve energy for later games when they don't get much out of the opening.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Well, also when it comes to age, Humpy is the oldest contestant here. Salimova's youngest at 20 years old. In my personal opinion, 37 is like a baby.
Exactly. Yeah.
Plenty of energy. I don't consider that old at all. But it's something to bear in mind, right? So what age do you think a player peaks?
I think it's different for everybody. And I remember when I was a little kid, I asked my dad, chess master also, like what age do players get to their absolute best? And I was asking him in the mid 70s, and he said he thought 35. And now, of course, 50 years later, that's considered quite old for these chess tournaments. So and now the best players in the world, a lot of them are in their teens and early 20s. So, but I think you can play really good chess, into your 30s and 40s and be almost at the same level as you were in your early 20s and even early 30s, if you have the wherewithal, if you have the fighting spirit, which a lot of people have. So to me, 37 is not old at all. So even though she's the oldest player in the tournament, that also helps with her experience, and she's played in a lot of these events before, and she's been, top 2 or 3 women in the world, for a lot of her career. So I don't think she's worried about her age in this tournament. And as you said, and even more so for me, much more so for me. She's still a baby, so these players are all quite young.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're young, and I agree with you. 35. I think 35 is a good age to peak. But you know, when you read the history books, it's shocking in some way because you read about world champions like be like on their 50s, like Steinitz. So
Hmm.
hang on a second. Whilst we were chatting, I was anticipating Bishop coming out to f4 and continuing development, but Humpy goes for it immediately, which was also perhaps one of the points behind knight to d7, just to guard against e5 lunge. Oh, now we have to put our calculating hats on and find out where should the knight be going. Knight to d7,
Knight to
knight to
d7 is
d7.
the most logical. Then it would be interesting if it goes bishop g5 check f6. That would make the game a lot more interesting.
Yeah, well, because what is going to happen here? I'm already just looking at e takes f6 and then rook to e1.
I think you
And
have to play ef6. Yeah, then you
yeah,
could, as you said, you could let the bishop hang on g5 for a move and play rook e1.
rook e1, yeah. And the whole point is after pawn takes bishop, well, that would not be good for black after rook takes e6. And now the king steps anywhere, and this rook just captures that bishop. And white emerges with this, but not only the better position, but also a pawn up to the good. So you don't want that. So
e5 is a real, like, I'm going to try to punish the move king e7.
totally. But then what is the answer to rook to e1? So you can't take this bishop, obviously. And then if you have to defend e6, so either you're going to defend it with knight to f8, which looks terrible
Yeah, knight
because his
f8
knight
looks
is
like
coming.
I should have a good position somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, I'm just looking at like
Knight d5
knight.
check looks incredibly strong.
Exactly, or knight. Yeah, I don't. Anyway, so okay, so we're discussing knight to f8, and yeah, this looks like maybe knight to d5. Oops.
It doesn't
Maybe
like knight
I
d5.
no,
Man,
it doesn't like knight to d5.
I like knight to d5. Well, it's too
I
bad
liked it
Legend doesn't like
too.
it. Yeah.
I liked it too. Hang on a second. Tactics. Well, bishop takes. Well, apparently that one doesn't work either.
Yeah, because after knight e4, they can take it. That's unfortunate.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Yes.
I was thinking that too. I almost suggested it. And I was like, wait a minute. That hangs a piece.
Well, I
Black's
did. I
position
did the
doesn't
honors
doesn't
there.
Black's position doesn't look right here because white has pressure on both the f and e pawns, and Black's king is on e7. So this just looks like it should just be good for white.
Yeah. Yeah. At the very
Without
least,
without white doing anything spectacular, just playing normal moves.
yeah. Okay. We don't need to do anything fancy. I agree with that.
But there was
And
your e5 move you suggested. That was interesting.
yeah, so e5 was more up my alley. But on the other hand, I
I
guess you
gotta
could
say,
also
I like white. I like white in this position.
right. You can also again just step back with the bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and then this king is not going to be feeling safe. You still got ideas of f4 in the air, knight coming into d5.
Yeah, knight coming to d5
Oh,
looks good for white.
yeah, you don't need to do anything fancy. You can just drop your bishop back and then knight coming into d5. Okay. Well, hang on a second. So this means that f6 is way too soon.
Never play
If
f6,
like,
so she didn't.
yeah, she didn't play f6. Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what did she play? So after e5, she went knight to d7, bishop g5, and now she steps back with the king to e8.
And this is the punishment that people who showed up late to the commentary get now. As soon as they show up, they think black can still castle either way. Little do they know, the black king has moved twice.
Actually, that is going to be a mega annoying fact for Goryachkina. I know the evaluation bar is right there in the middle, but this is going to be problematic. This inability to cast, ability to get this rook into the game. And now I would be tempted to go bishop c2, knight to e4. Hang on. Okay, I've got to do something about this pawn on e5.
Yeah, that's the double-edged sword here is e5 forced black to go backwards with everything, but now white has to make sure she doesn't lose her e5 pawn.
Hmm. And actually, you can't make a move like rook to e1 because bishop to d4. Or maybe you can.
But I think that's black's idea. Then we
Yeah.
could play either bishop f4 or f4, but we don't really want to.
Yeah. And if we go, I don't. F4 is really not attractive to me at all because it gives this bishop purpose. So
Mhm.
want to defend e5. I can go on the counterattack with rook ac1. Maybe. How does can you indulge me? Rook ac1.
It looks very dangerous for black to take on e5.
Yeah, you
So
take on e5, and then I was
that
thinking,
looks dangerous. Yeah.
yeah, jump in with the knight to d5, and this king can't run away to safety, as you pointed out earlier. It's very good to know. Did you know, though, if for some reason Alexandra castles and Humpy doesn't notice that this is an illegal move, they can play on the game,
Hmm.
and when she can take the game back to that moment when
Yep.
the illegal move happened.
I thought if there was an illegal move, you had 10 moves to fix it, but I don't know what the rules are now. So,
Oh, you had 10 moves to fix. See, I thought it was a one-time offer. I thought, you got to spot it on the moment and then that
mhm.
was it. But absolutely not. Apparently, you have the whole game, which they
Wow.
say you might as well play out the whole game. And then if you're on the verge of losing, you just go, oh, hang on a second. Illegal move was played here.
Yeah,
So
the
let's go back
problem
to
is
that
that if
point.
black castles, black is forced to move her king because she touched her king first.
Exactly.
Probably not what she wants
Exactly.
to do in this position.
No, that's true. That is true. But I never knew that rule. I just, it was something that I learned in 2019
Hmm.
at, so not yet. Yeah. So rook AC1 is definitely a possibility. Have there been any moves by Humpy? I'm just going to, no moves yet. So rook AC1,
See,
something that Humpy can do.
if I
Mhm.
was a super grandmaster and I wanted to make a draw, then I would suggest bishop f4. And we have to hope that doesn't happen.
And the crowd would go boo, hiss.
Exactly. As a grandmaster,
No,
I'm forced to find these forced draws. I have to find
yeah,
them.
exactly. Because the players are not allowed to offer draws until move 40, past move
Hmm.
40, and then they can make the offer. Until then, they have to find those 3 move repetitions. So, very promising position for Humpy there. She can just increase the activity with rook AC1, but she does have to defend at one point this pawn on e5, and she does have some lovely squares for her pieces. So, Goryachkina perhaps didn't quite play in the most accurate way with a very quick king to e7 on move 14. So let's leave Goryachkina and Humpy to this game, and let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at how the action is brewing in the other games. And well, my eyes are drawn immediately to the game between Vaishali and Muzychuk,
Hmm.
because, well, we are going to be promised fireworks in this type of position. Of course, it will have to, because there you can see it that g5 has been played. But let's rewind a little bit and find out what happened, because we left Anna with a decision on here in this particular position after castles. Was she going to play g5 or was she trying to play it positionally? But of course, she has to go for it. Vaishali has forced her to embrace the chaos. And we do know that Vaishali, she excels in this type of position. Bishop to g3, castles, and now rook to e1, and bishop comes out to g4. So Anna is fighting against white from breaking out in the center, and knight to e1 played with your idea of going knight to e3 and asking the question to this bishop. And now the big decision now, do you go h5, h4. Do you go knight h5 to go knight to f4 and then begin the fun?
I like this knight f1 move because knight e3 seems pretty hard to handle.
Totally.
And I mean, I guess if black plays h5 and white plays knight e3, we could just play h4 because the bishop is defended by the knight.
That's true.
And then well, the engine doesn't like it. It says white's doing really well here.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could.
wonder why.
I can't play knight h4 because my queen's hanging.
Yeah.
I guess I could take on g4 and then take on h4 with my knight, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so if the knight takes,
And then knight
yes,
takes
knight
h4.
takes, yes. That's going to be
The
devastating.
engine says it's okay. Yeah, and then queen g4 is winning.
Whoa! All the way up. So that's not a good variation for black.
Yeah, my
So-
idea was after knight e3, if you take it, I could take with the f pawn and my bishop is safe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's good, but at least I didn't lose a piece.
I'm on the same wavelength as you, you know. And then I would go h3, but I did that again. The computer doesn't like that kind of chess. But I don't. Oh, how to handle a position like this with black? Maybe king to g. No, because h3 is happening. Yeah, no, but maybe you don't worry about it. Maybe you step your king to h7 or g7 and shift your rooks. Shift your rooks over towards the white king.
You can't go to h7 because g5 is hanging with check. But
Yeah,
you could
yeah,
go to
okay,
g7.
yes.
Yeah.
G7 or king h8, maybe. Just I don't know where king to g7. I'm just kind of curious. What does it say about king to h8? Nothing bad is happening. Oh, difficult position, because what is white's plan? You can't go d4, or can you? Are you going to go? What are you going to do?
I'd like my knight not to be pinned and my rook to be on f1, but that's taking a long time. My bishop on f2 is blocking all of my pieces.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know either. Okay, so if you go rook to f1, maybe rook to g8.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like rook f1.
No. But then what is the active plan? Because you feel that this is type of position where you can't just mess around. You have to do something. I mean, could you just step out of the pin? Is it just too ridiculous to go?
No, I think that's reasonable.
A random square. Don't judge me for this. Could go anywhere. And I'm just arguing that, yes, the king will be safe on h1. The rook will now come over to g1. Both of us.
No, this seems fine for white, but probably black would just play rook g8 and not take the knight on f3.
Yeah.
Continue with your plan.
And then now.
Yeah, white's pieces are sort of bottled up on the king side. It's hard to extricate them to good squares.
Yeah. I'm struggling here for a concrete plan. Okay, so wait 1 second. Let's go back a few moves. So this was just going for it with h. Okay, so bishop to h5 was played, was it?
Oh, she played bishop h5.
Hang on. No. That's just might be. Yeah, she went bishop h5. Okay, so we were looking at h5. So h5 looked very, very complicated, but bishop h5. What is the idea of this?
Yeah, because if I play knight e3, there's no tempo, but now knight f5 is a threat.
Yeah, so
wants.
Yes.
I wonder if she didn't play h5 because of h4.
Okay, yeah, so maybe h5. Yeah, maybe h4. Yes, of course. Of course, of course, of course.
I suggest one
H.
good move every time I do commentary. So that's my good move for the day. That's it. The rest of the good moves are up to you, Yovi. You got to suggest all the good moves now.
Okay. Well, maybe knight to h5 is also a possibility. Nope.
Mhm.
No, but you see, I'm. This is so sharp. Maybe bishop to h5 is the best move actually. Knight to h5 not recommended, but I'm kind of curious as to what the computer is suggesting because at bishop h5 best move.
Well, there you
Bishop
go.
b6. There you go. Exactly. King h8 also a move.
Hmm.
So I wasn't too far out with this suggestion. Bishop h5 and now knight to e3. And I was thinking the knight coming to f5 is really, really annoying. So let's get rid of it. Or guard the square. Those are my two thoughts. Bishop g6, guard the square.
I'd probably just take it if it was.
Me too. It's just which way to take. Actually, I don't know which way to take.
I like with the rook. I like what you did.
With the rook, yeah. Rook takes, okay, and now, well, you mentioned a plan of knight d8, knight e6. Woohoo! And then anything happens.
Yeah, I'm always worried that if I try to play knight d8, they're going to throw d4 in really quickly and pressure the e5 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think maybe that's the big battle that's going to be happening. Another idea, I guess, could be move the king away so that the rook can come to g8. Mm-hmm. But do we have a move? We do have a move from Vaishali. She has gone knight to e3, and now Anna is going to be taking the decision. We think that bishop takes knight is the most practical move, or the most ideal move if you're afraid, like me. If you're a chicken,
yes, I'm also afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a natural chicken, you take on e3 and then you just continue the game as if nothing ever happened. If you're brave, then you just go bishop g6. You guard against the f5 square and you embrace the complications. Oh, but either way, it's still a very cagey, very tense position, and anything can happen. It just depends on who's better prepared. But one good thing, if you look at Vaishali's clock time, you can see that she is not on the having more time than she started phase. She's now down to 1 hour and 10 minutes. For Anna, it is under an hour. A big decision on the board as well. Okay, and I think on that note, it's the perfect time for us to head towards a break. Big things, big innovations happening in the chess world because, as seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with the brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess with built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility. Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. To learn more about Chess Up 2 and save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat. And don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with more of the action just after this short break.
That little girl is 8 and she's the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
On a school day I would probably take an hour in the morning for chess, and then I'd come back from school at around 4, and then I think I would do chess again up till like 8, 9 stuff, and then I would go to bed.
Typical day for me. Get up, have breakfast, go out, stagger out with my broken leg to the paper shop to get the papers, meet up with people for lunch or dinner, and in the evening I often play bridge matches. Well, My father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
One of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces, so then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become women's world champion as well.
Lei Qingjie was this close to becoming world champion last year. Will she get another crack at the throne? First, she has to win a second straight candidates tournament, and the format is different this time. Last time, in a knockout tournament, she defeated 3 of the current candidates. Now, in a round robin, she would have to surpass all 7 opponents. Still only 27 years old, Lei not only has won a candidates tournament before, she's also among the top 3 highest rated in this field. This combination is enough to make Lei the favorite in most matchups. But being the favorite and winning the game are 2 different things. And it's hard winning 2 candidates tournaments in a row. No one has done it in women's competition in 50 years. Lei Qingjie is here to try to make history.
Welcome back, and today has already been quite excited, and it all started with opera superstar Andrea Bocelli making the very first ceremonial move. Our very own Mike Klein caught up with him. Let's have a listen.
Thanks, guys. It is my honor to be here with Andrea Bocelli, world-renowned tenor. Also, of course, chess player following the action. Mr. Bocelli, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
A couple of games already are the Italian game. Do you think that the ladies played it in your honor?
I really hope that everyone can give his best, because who plays chess play to win, not just to play, you know. So I really hope that for Fabiano, for example, he's Italian, and I hope he can do very well.
Are you following Fabiano's game in front of you right now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Have you ever had a chance to play or meet Fabiano?
No, I met him today for the first time.
And I know you have met the Chess.com CEO Eric Alabest. Did you play him in a game?
Come?
Sappiamo che ha conosciuto il CEO del Chess.com,
Ah, sì.
Eric. Hai mai giocato con
No,
lui?
no. I only spoke with him about the possibility to increase the accessibility for blind people, and we had a dinner together, but we didn't play. He's much better than me. So.
Well, please let us know. What kinds of features should we add on the Chess.com app?
Ha detto, facci sapere quali sarebbero le figure che dovrebbero aggiungere su Chess.com.
No, the figure. No, the inaccessibility would be better. For example, if two horses can do in the same square, like in this case, one of the two goes here. Would be great to know which one goes here. In this moment, the application doesn't say this, and you must go to check which one is gone here.
That makes sense. And finally, what do you love about chess?
Oh, I like it because it's very important for the brain, I think, and for me, would be very important to create a study in every schools of chess for children.
Fantastic. I couldn't agree more. We have tenor Andrea Bocelli clearly on Team Fabiano. We will see if the support of Andrea will help out the one-time Italian player. Thanks very much. Now back to you in the studio.
Wow, that was impressive. Andrea Bocelli, I was just listening to his music this morning, plays chess and wants to make it accessible to absolutely everyone. And I liked his comment, you play to win. And that's exactly what we've seen throughout this candidate so far.
You learn something new every day. I think it's quite common for a lot of people who are famous outside of chess to not only play chess, but to love chess and follow it. And it's nice to see someone that you didn't know was a chess player, not only liking chess and playing it, but showing up to make the ceremonial first move. That was very exciting for the players, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I love that he's cheering. He's openly cheering for Fabiano, the Italians. Yes. Wow. What? I'm sorry. I'm just like reeling for that because I was literally listening to him this morning. Okay, it was Alexa's choice, but I did not. I did not tell her to skip. But okay, so the game that I have up here on my screen is the game between Tan Zhongyi and Nurgul Salimova. And that was the Caracan. And yes, I really am really keen on keeping a close eye on this one. And we did see earlier on, we left it with Nurgul just launching the first surprise, playing queen to c7, attacking this pawn on e5, and at the same time threatening knight to b4. Tan Zhongyi, she reacted to this surprise with bishop to f4, and now the knight came to b4, just chasing down this bishop. And after a4, a6, a6. I was expecting knight takes bishop, I'll be honest with you. But okay.
I guess the bishop
played.
can't run away, so she just played a6 first.
Yeah. Okay. A queen to d2. And now knight takes bishop. C takes d3. This is something that you highlighted, Ben. And, well, the big question that all us Caracan players will be stressing about is how to deal with this poor bishop. I mean, yes, it goes to d7, but what is its life?
Yeah, this is looking more like a French defense. And this is one of the reasons why bishop f5 on move 3 is more popular than c5, because we still haven't solved our problem of the bishop on c8. Although black to get rid of white's bishop on d3, which is nice. So there's pluses and minuses. But as you said, it's a long-term problem to somehow extricate the bishop on c8. And it looks like one of Black's breaking ideas in the center, f6, is going to be pretty difficult to achieve.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be very difficult. Also, it's very high risk as well, because even if you do get it, you might saddle yourself with a backward pawn on e6, and that could be something that will come to haunt Black as well. So issues here for Salimova. Also, is she entirely safe with the king on this side of the board?
I think she's safer than she would have been if the bishop was on d3. But yeah, White can also play on the queen side by putting a rook on c1, putting a knight on c5, and trying to gain space on the queen side also. And by White not playing the move d4, White has access to d4 for the white knights also. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this seems like White has a pretty nice advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, because the things that do concern me is like you say, like playing rook c1. And I was actually thinking with this bishop on f4, it's kind of in the way. Kind of want this queen like sniffing around on g5. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking of moves like bishop to e3. I know it swaps another set of pieces off the board, but it's just to increase the flexibility of the white queen.
Yeah, and it gives White some access to the dark squares on the queen side. If we trade bishops on e3, where the queen on e3 is controlling all the dark squares, d4, c5, b6. And again, Black has this problem with the bishop on c8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So how to handle this? Okay, so let's dive in. Let's dig deep here and see whether she's in only move territory. Because if she castles, is the bar going to shoot up? It starts to inch quite a bit in White's favor.
One thing Black could do to try to alleviate some of her problems is play a move that may or may not be a pawn sacrifice by playing d4 at some point. And this gives her knight the d5 square, and it may give the Black bishop an open diagonal if it can get to c6 at some point. And even if White wins that pawn and we don't get a lot, we still have a rook to d8, and White's extra pawn isn't very nice.
I like it. I didn't occur to me at all, but I really like it because, yeah, I agree with you. Yes, give up this pawn on d4, but at least get the d5 square. And at least when your bishop comes to c6 in the end, it's going to look at something, for goodness sake. But yeah, I mean, how to handle that? Rook c1. I don't know which rook. Again, this is one of the things that I never know which rook to put. Okay, maybe I go a5 first, just so that now I can go rook ac1. Just for...
Yeah, my queen might have to go back to d8, but at least I'm protecting my pawn on d4 now.
Yeah, that's true. And then
I mean, at least the engine might not like it, but at least Black has ideas now. I can see Black's ideas. Bishop going to c6, bishop going to b5, knight going to d5, knight going to f5.
No, I agree.
I mean, I see that Black has some ideas here at least. Even the queen going to d5 could be annoying.
I agree with you completely. I think we've got to disregard what the engine is saying when it comes to this evaluation. It's more about practical chances. And when you compare this position, say if White were to get d4 in, you can just see this bishop on c8. It's going to be a bad piece. There's going to be easy play down the c line. And also, let's not forget that there are attacking possibilities on the king side for White. White has all the fun there. So I really like your d4 move. I think she has to head in this type of direction.
It's a very interesting way to play because it puts White on the back foot a little, giving Black some active play when White's thinking that I have total control of the position. I control the center, the queen side and the king side. Black doesn't have a lot of counterplay. Then all of a sudden, Black is up a pawn and has lots of issues for White to stop Black from getting their pieces to good squares.
Oh, I like it. I think it's the only way to play. I don't care what the computer says. I don't care if white wins the pawn on d4. You've already sold me, because at the very least, you don't have a bad bishop anymore. So, yeah, Salimova now has to play very accurately. And she does tend to do these type of moves, by the way. She does tend to go d4, push those pawns and play it in a dynamic way. And one of the great things about Salimova, she is the lowest rated player. She's the only IM in the tournament. Vaishali is a GM elect. But on the other hand, she hasn't faced the other players, in some cases, not at all. So she is a bit enigmatic. The players haven't quite kind of played her over the board, got the feel for her style. So that's something she can use to her advantage. So here, I do feel she has to play actively with d4. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games in progress. And maybe we should revisit the game between Letinje and Lagno. It's not the last time they played, but they did have an encounter in 2018 when they were playing in the Women's World Championship knockout event, and Lagno played her and just won. So that was, I wonder whether that's playing on Lei Tingje's mind. Probably not. Does revenge ever come into it for you when you face someone?
Usually for me, if I've played someone and they've beaten me, it makes me feel worse about playing them again. Like, not this guy again. I'm going to lose again. Rather than, I'll show that person they beat me last time. But I do like getting revenge. So it's fun to do, but it's scary to play someone who's already beaten you before, because they've already shown in that game that they can beat you. And you have to
Yeah.
prove that you're up to the task.
Yeah, I agree with you. I remember for a long time, Armenia were like they would just beat us and we wouldn't even score a point. Like they would be like 3-0. This is the women's team. The Armenian women's team would always like 3-0, 5-0. And then I remember one time we got 1 point. We were so happy. Yes, we lost the match, but we didn't care because we got 1 point against this team. And yeah, by the way, I can see there from the bird's eye view that Salimova, she is channeling her inner Ben Feingold, because she did play d4. So she is going for activity over everything. But let's go to the game between Letinje and Katerina Lagno and see how that one's developed. It did promise to be a very tense maneuvering game, and here we can see from the pawn structure, it's still no trades whatsoever. But a black knight is there on f4.
That is annoying, because typically I'd like to either capture that knight or play g3, and which I can do neither of at the moment. So black has one really excellent piece. And as you said, there's no trades, so it's completely blocked. So the question is, sooner or later, is white going to try to play the move d4, which seems quite logical with the knight on f4 to try to break open the center there.
Yeah, this is something that we have to calculate every possibility. So shall we try it now, just for fun?
Yeah, we could play d4 now. Hopefully nobody checkmates me.
One of the things about commentary that is exquisite is the power of take back. We can just go, oh, no, it didn't work out. Well, there you go. So, okay, so now here, which way? E takes d.
I was just going to play queen f6.
Queen f6. Okay, no trades for you, Cake. I like this. Okay, and the question
I'm sort of
is,
scared with white that I'm going to get attacked. I hope the attack isn't good. Maybe knight g3 is safe, or knight e3, but
yeah, knight. Are you threatening to go queen to g6 though? Is there some?
Queen g6 could be annoying, but I'm thinking I could play knight g3, but maybe you can start pushing your h pawn. But maybe that's okay.
Yeah, h5 looks scary. h4.
Yeah, I mean, queen f6 is the move that worried me, because I didn't want to get checkmated with white so quickly.
Okay, and if I just react calmly with... Okay, if I'm a greedy guts and I take everything, oh no, hang on a second. I can look. See the evaluation bar? It just
Yeah, that's not good.
shot all the way down. No, why is that so bad? Maybe knight takes e5.
I don't know why it would be that bad, but yeah, the evaluation bar went down a lot.
Didn't it? Scarily so. Is it because of knight takes e5? And then you start removing the defenders? Nope. D takes e5. D takes e5. And then what? Why? I don't understand why this is so bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure what white should do here,
maybe
though.
just a rook d8.
Seems like black has a free attack.
Yeah, the rook to d8 is coming as well. And this queen is going to be
Mhm.
dislodged from defense of f3. So yeah, don't open up the position. And yeah, one of the things that the computer loves to do, the computer loves to go d5. It will always suggest d5, grab the space.
Yeah, it likes doing that.
It loves it, right? And I guess if we go knight to, if the queen isn't getting trapped, we go knight to e7, knight to g6, and we're coming in.
Yeah, it probably wants to take on c5 and get a pass pawn.
Yeah, and then go c4. And it does. We are channeling our inner stockfish.
Mhm.
And then I guess the knight to g6.
Mhm. Yeah, if I was playing this position, I wouldn't know who's better, but the engine's like white's like almost winning. But this seems very dangerous for white.
Totally. I mean, sacrifices on g2 in the air. Also, your idea of going h4. It looks very scary. Knight h4 as well is a possibility, and you just have to go bishop to d6. Again, I think this is one of those positions where you disregard the engine. I'm just going to turn it on to see why does it hate out the black.
Yeah, the engine just doesn't care, because if it doesn't see mate, it just says white's doing great.
Yeah, so it does have moves like rook to b1, and it is suggesting like a4, but the main, it says this. But I don't understand. Why is this so wonderful for black?
For white.
For white, yes. So for white, rather.
We like black so much, we just couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Okay, I can believe that after knight to f5, it's not going to be so easy to coordinate the black attack.
Yeah, that stops black from attacking, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel that still very dangerous, and also and this is already going way into the weeds as well, because when you're calculating, you're looking at this and you're seeing queen f6 like you did, and then you're like, oh, what's going to happen after h5? You're not going to sit there and calculate 15 moves in and make that assessment what happens after here. Instead, you're just going to feel, oh, this feels very scary, like 3 pieces sniffing around the white king. So not going to be easy at all. So here, knight to f4, knight to g3 played by Vaishali, not Vaishali, Leitinje. And question, how to continue? Bishop east, bishop d7, queen f6.
Yeah, I still like queen f6. It seems like a natural move to continue on the king side.
Right, queen f6, and let's calculate d4. Because we were
looking at h5 earlier, which we thought was fine, but the engine didn't.
No,
but this is a nice idea, d5 and take on c5 to give white a pass c pawn.
So can you kind of preempt that and go b6? Just arguing that after here, I'm sure the engine is going to hate me. I'm just going to be able to
the engine always likes white in these positions when it seems like black's going to checkmate white. But the engine doesn't get checkmated. It doesn't care.
It's like that. It's like the honey badger. It don't care. It does what it likes. Inhales poison and is fine. Gosh, have you seen the honey badger? It's like the most ferocious. I'd never heard about it until a few years ago. But this creature is
Unfortunately, I've heard
fierce.
of it, but I don't know much about it.
This creature is fierce. It literally can survive anything. I've seen it get bitten by snakes, and it just
Hmm.
like settles down for like a minute nap, and then it picks itself up again. I've seen it fight against the big cats. Doesn't care, and it's not that big either. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, bishop c. This is suggested by the engine, but I really don't see the problem after knight e(g)6.
I mean, this is what black wants, and you know,
Dangerous.
engine's always like white and the king is Indian too, and then when white gets checkmated, it says, okay, maybe black's better.
Yeah. I have that experience as well. I've especially in the early days. In the early days, when I was looking at the Caracal main line, it always said that black was so much better if they pushed the a pawn all the way up to a3, even though
Hmm.
it was just the a pawn attacking. There was no other follow through. And then when it got checkmated, we were like, oh yeah, look at that, the a pawn wasn't that significant after all. But yeah, no, there's a very, very dangerous position there for black. And I think Lagno would be very happy with that position. Do we have any moves played to knight g3?
No, I think it's
Knight's
still black's thinking.
still black thinking. And the question is, queen to f6 is also something to be said, I guess, for connecting the rooks, but I don't know. I don't really want to be going bishop to e6. Another idea that I thought about was maybe g6, again, just to keep an eye on the d4 point. But at some point it will come, d4. And that's the moment when you have to be ready. So still plenty of tension here in this position. And the big onus is now on Lagno. How is she going to continue? Is she going to play actively with queen to f6? Will she perhaps take a more positional approach? Well, maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other two games that we've neglected a little bit. Maybe once we get the bird's eye view up, we can have a look at the game between Humpy against Goryachkina.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the Humpy game. Because Humpy did something that you suggested with rook a to c1, and black was not interested in trying to win that e-pawn.
Yep, here we are. So yeah, we left it king e7, e5 played, knight to d7, and yep, you couldn't go f6, king to e8, rook ac1, h6, bishop f4, king e7, and now bishop c2. And she's getting ready to go knight to e4, and white to play. No, black to play, sorry. Do you allow this knight to e4?
I like h6, king e7. That I like.
Yeah.
That seems like black had to do that.
Okay, but there seems to be problems on this with these two pieces. That makes me a little bit worried. So let's move this rook over to c8 just to overprotect the loose piece on c6.
Okay, and then we still play knight e4?
Yes. Knight is coming into d6. That makes me worried. Makes me very worried. But can I play around it?
That is annoying.
It is, isn't it? The bishop comes to... And you can't bail out. You can't do like bishop takes knight, because suddenly you've handed literally all the light squares. Bishop b7 is coming. There's going to be issues on the c line because this square for the rook is unstable. So you don't want that. So you have to step back with the bishop.
I was looking at bishop d5, but I didn't like that either.
I think bishop d5 is fine. I had come round to the idea of trading off this bishop on c5.
Yeah, I mean, if white plays e5, we might as well get the d5 square and use it.
Exactly. Consequences. And You're going to do a smash and grab there on a2? You probably will, right?
Oh, if I can take a pawn, maybe I would.
Mm.
I was worried about knight d6, but I'm not sure who that's good for.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
maybe
So
black can just ignore it too. Just move the rook.
yeah, because you're threatening to go knight takes e5 as well, right? So if we move our rook to c6, if there's no tricks, I'm not sure whether c7 is better.
Yeah, this is getting pretty complicated.
Yeah.
Maybe white should take time out and save a2, but as you said, knight takes e5 could be good.
But wait one second, that you do have this move, knight
Ooh,
f5
knight
check.
f5 check.
Yeah. It
So I have to
might
play
just
king
be,
f8.
yeah. That might be the extent of my. I know, but there's issues. Knight to d, knight to e3, knight to. I've literally just danced around and done nothing. Just thinking. Okay, let's just.
Yeah, now can I take in double rooks on the c line?
Yeah, you can, and I've just done a dance around to do nothing, haven't I? So that was no good.
It seems like white should have something here. I'm just not sure what it is. Because black's going to double rooks on the c line.
Yes, I'm also itching for like this type of sacrifice. Can I do it? No. The evaluation passes.
You can do it. But what about bishop b3 so I can put pressure on the d line and the c line?
Bishop
Yeah,
b3.
b3. Yeah, I wanted to make my rooks better.
Yeah. But maybe, yeah, I like it. Also, bishop to e4 has the same idea.
Mm-hmm.
And
The engine's saying black is okay, but it looks like black has to find some good defensive moves.
they're not popping out to me.
I'm looking at knight b6, but I'm worried about my rook on c6. Knight b6
I'm very
is a
worried.
dangerous move without using an engine. Man,
Yeah.
I decided not to use an engine this stream, and then I'm suggesting tactical moves, so that's not good.
No, I'm not using an engine until I get to the deciding when I can't make up my mind, and I'm like, okay, let's just check the engine.
I don't like black here. I just don't know why, but I don't like it.
No.
I'm wondering if you can sack the exchange on d5 now and play b4, maybe after knight takes d5.
Yeah, you probably can.
I don't know if I can. I mean, I could do it.
Yeah, I think you should. There's nothing wrong with that. Rook a c8, and then
if I take everything on c5, I can throw in e6, which may or may not be good.
Exactly.
But it's definitely interesting.
It definitely is quite interesting, and we're going really, really deep though. Let's go back.
We guarantee the audience this will definitely happen.
You know what? We've been very good with the prediction games. Mm-hmm. So yeah, no, but hang on a second. How forced is this? So has she made a move? So actually, we do have some
bishop
moves.
c2. Okay.
Bishop c2, then g5 happened. Okay. Bishop moves. Where to move? Bishop to g3, or is the chance?
I guess that's very helpful for black because bishop g3 defending the e pawn, which seems forced. Now we can throw in bishop e3 later, and white rook has to go to some silly square.
Okay.
And we're not worried about the c file anymore. So.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just put that on the board. Bishop e3, and you need to move the rook away, and now this bishop on c6 isn't loose. So g5, very good move, which means that if you can't just retreat, because if you go here, then knight takes e4, 5. Oh. Not possible. Probably on account of knight to e4.
Yep,
Yeah.
knight e4 looks good.
So bishop to, sorry, I got a bit enthusiastic with my backward moves. Okay, so bishop to d2, knight takes e5, not possible because of knight to e4, and there is problems with these pieces. They are loose.
Boy, bishop d2, it seems so much more natural to play bishop g3 and defend your pawn. Bishop d2 blocking your rook is the best move. That's a hard move to find. And she did find it. She played bishop d2.
Yeah, and now just to reiterate that probably one of the best moves is probably to move a rook to cover one of the bishops. So let's put this rook on c8. And no, did you see the evaluation bud? It tells a story of its own. Didn't like that at all. Wow. Which means that Alexandra could be in trouble. But why does it not like this? Is it because of knight to e, bishop to e4, knight to e4, h4, f4?
I'm looking at b4 also.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the bishop can just drop back, so I don't see.
With the
Yeah,
idea that the knight
I was thinking this is dangerous for black, but maybe it's not.
It looks dangerous.
Yes.
You get a piece on d6.
Yeah.
You got ideas of going a4. It looks very, very dangerous. So, okay, but let's knight to e4. And if I go knight to e4, which is the most natural move.
Mm-hmm. That seems like the right move, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop can never retreat because the bishop b4 check is just crushing.
Exactly. Let's put
and
that
I'm threatening knight takes c5 and bishop b4 is just also crushing.
Yes.
So you probably have to take on e4.
Yes, and if you take on e4.
And yeah, this looks really dangerous for black.
And if you do this, then I was banking on this tactic.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I can go here first, and then I take. Then
Ooh,
now
that's nasty.
Rolls c8. Now bishop to b4.
Mm-hmm.
And you win back the rook. So, wow.
I think if black plays knight d7 here, even better than rook d7 is bishop c6. Oh no, in that position that you had.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay,
at the very end. Yeah, if black plays knight d7, I think bishop c6 is better than rook takes d7.
Yes.
Now that's the two bishops.
That is good. That is very, very nice.
It's good if you have white. If you have the black pieces, then you don't feel so good.
Yeah. No. This is absolutely killing it. So Goryachkina in some potential trouble. She has to tread very, very carefully. And let's go back. So that was in this position. Oh gosh. Bishop c2, g5, bishop to d2. This is just moving a rook to c8. Knight to e4 is a massive threat. So what does this mean? Does this mean you have to deal with it in really radical ways with like f5?
I was never considering getting rid of the bishop on c5 and playing bishop b4 because the white bishop went to g5 and f4. So I wasn't looking over there. But after bishop d2, now we have to look at the queen side because white playing knight e4 and then bishop b4 later is crushing.
Totally. Super dangerous. And does it matter which rook to use if I use this rook? I mean, will there be any potential problems? Like now knight to e4. Now the king can perhaps run away and this rook is not going to be saddled away. So now...
Mm-hmm.
Now if I try your idea of going this, bishop to d5, and then my whole rationale is that this king will now come to e8.
Oh, the king could just move out of the pin.
Yeah. Exactly. And these two rooks are together, two are better than one.
Yep. I was still worried here because white has the two bishops, so white could try to play h4 at some point and try to win those kingside pawns. I'm still
Undoubtedly.
worried.
I would also be terrified in this type of position because these two are terrible, terrible pieces. I mean, they can wreak a lot of damage. Bishop takes h6, as you mentioned, just crack open the position, and this like comes from both angles as well. a4, h4,
Mhm.
rooks can power up with the bishops. I mean, Goryachkina would have to really play very actively in order to save the day there. She's definitely would be struggling for the draw in this type of position. But do we have a move? No, bishop to d2?
Yeah, she recognizes this is the critical position and that her next move is very important.
Mm-hmm. Mm. So I'm going to just check the engine. Okay, best move is bishop to d4. No, sorry, bishop to d4. That's it. What do we think about that? Okay, that move is a materialist move going
Yeah,
after the
X the e pawn.
on
Yeah.
e5. So, and here,
I'd be worried about knight e4 and bishop b4 check if I was black. But I don't know, b2's hanging also. So now it's getting tricky.
yeah, so it says the best move is actually go bishop e4
Bishop e4.
with dangerous ideas. So if
Boy, these endgames are tricky. We trade queens early, but there's a lot of tactics still.
totally, and the presence of this pawn on e5 really changes things up a little bit. And the fact that a piece can come to e4 and harass the dark square bishop is really going to sharpen things up. So bishop takes e4, but I'm just kind of curious what happens if things get things just to point out.
Can I take and play knight d5?
You can. So there is some danger like that. So here you're forced to go bishop takes bishop. You can't maintain the tension. You've got to blink, and after knight takes, then we have this type of position where bishop comes to b4, king to e8. What do you think about this? I think this is terrifying.
I would be terrified if I was black. Yeah.
Totally, right? I know the evaluation bar is like in the middle, but a rook is going to find itself on c7. The king can't move, so you have to concede. Rook takes, and then how do you handle this? There's just no coordination
Yeah, now
whatsoever.
white's threatening rook takes a6 also.
Oh, okay, that's beautiful. So if you make a non-move, like h5, rook takes a6, rook takes a6, and then because this bishop covers the e7 square, the rook will dive down to c8, and that is a back rank checkmate. I love that. Love that.
If only black could castle here, but there's 4 reasons why he can't or why she can't. But castling would be great. The only
I agree.
defense.
The only defense, unfortunately, not quite possible. But okay, going to this position then, bishop to d2. Bishop to d4 is tremendous risk. And
Yeah.
other suggestions, rook hc8 is in there as well. I think perhaps this is the way that Goryachkina will respond. And just to remind everyone that rook ac8 would be a terrible move because on account of knight to e4. And once the king is forced backward, these two rooks will no longer be connected. Not good. Not good.
Very tricky position.
Dangerous. Very, very tricky position. And we can see why she is burning the time on the clock here, because this position, if she makes one false move, that's it. She's going to be in huge trouble. So don't disregard the evaluation bar, disregard that it says is equal. On a practical level, this is very, very dangerous for Goryachkina. And Humpy can definitely enjoy tactical prospects on the dark squares.
I agree. Yeah, the engines are liking white's positions today. So white's getting the advantage out of the opening. And we have 4 really complex positions. So it's going to be a great day for chess.
It certainly is. So this is a perfect time for us to take a break. 4 complex positions. What is going to happen? Well, we'll find out after the break in just a few minutes.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
And we are back, and we left you with four very, very complicated positions. They're still very complicated, but during the break, I saw the evaluation bar shoot up in Lei Tingjie's favor in her game against Katerina Lagno. So there you can see the two players. And if you indeed look at the position, it is one of the most messiest positions I've seen in a while. White has a center, but is prepared to offer up a pawn. And the reason I have it on this particular moment was it was at this point where the evaluation really went up in White's favor. And that's because, and the computer suggests, it's not my suggestion, but I thought it's well worth showing to everyone. Bishop C1. And I was like, why on earth would White even think about playing this move? Well, the whole point is that after pawn takes pawn, bishop takes f4, queen takes bishop, you simply go knight to h5, and the queen is trapped. It's got no squares. I've never seen that resource before in my life. Have you ever seen an idea like that?
No, that's a very engine type of idea, playing bishop c1 to take on f4. I haven't. What's funny is if the bishop was already on c1 and it was White's move, then White would see bishop takes and knight h5 wins the queen, and Black wouldn't allow that. But actually playing bishop c1 from b2, that's more of an engine move than a human move.
Totally. But I thought, okay, I just have to mention that. Of course, bishop c1 is a very, very difficult move to spot. And instead, White plays a takes b4. And still, this position is very, very crazy. Everything is happening here. This pawn on b4, that's on prise. But then again, this bishop is lined up on the same diagonal as the queen. e5 is in the air. And do you remember this bishop on c2, which we said, the secret to the Italian game is that you make this better than its light square counterpart? Well, it's going to be a monster. So the question is, I always ask this question, is like, can Black get greedy and go knight takes b4?
I think Black did get greedy and go knight takes b4.
Ah, they did it. Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, we are going to be in for a wild ride. So hold on to your seats. Bishop to b1. And now e5 is in the air. Queen to b3 is also a potential idea using the whole board. And now, how do you fight against these type of ideas?
No, I really like White's position. I know that White sacrificed a pawn, but White's pieces are all on their perfect squares, and e5 is coming. The bishops on b2 and b1 are going to be very active soon. So I really like White's position. Even rook lifts can happen later with either rook a3 or rook e3 and swinging the rook to the king side. So it seems like White has a lot of potential here to get a big attack against Black's king.
Yeah, totally. And I was just curious, is there an immediate threat? Like, so after a5, are we going to go rook a3 and let's go? Swing the rook across. Just unclick that.
Yeah, I mean, Black's extra pawns aren't scaring me yet. So I like my center. I like my kingside attack, but White's bishops are much better than Black's bishops. And it looks like the Black queen is going to be more of a nuisance for Black, just getting attacked and having to run away rather than Black attacking herself.
Yeah, totally. And how to, because I always get a little bit stressed, like how to continue the attack. e5, would you say?
Yeah, I think e5's coming.
It feels like it's coming. So in which case, how does Black even fight this concept of e5? a5 is, as you mentioned, not scary at all. I
mean, g6 sort of blocks up the diagonal and stops knight f5 later, but I'm scared to play g6.
I'm very scared to play that because I'm thinking about queen to b3. Well, maybe. Oh, hang on. Almost. I almost got excited there because I suddenly saw queen a4. Is queen a4 a problem? No, because it just goes back knight c6.
Yeah, unfortunately, our b2 bishop isn't defended, so d5 isn't as crushing as it should be.
Mm-hmm. And if we continue,
we could play queen. We could play queen d2, attacking the knight and defending our bishop on b2. So we can play d5 later.
That's a beautiful one. what to do. If you go a5, then d5 is coming, and if you go knight c6, you go d5 anyhow. No, you don't go d5 anyhow. That would be a mistake.
I think you could play e5, and it's hard for black's queen to defend the knight on f4.
Yeah, as simple as that. Queen to d2, beautiful, beautiful move, Ben. You come up with loads of good moves.
Occasionally, yeah.
Wow.
And sometimes I don't.
No, beautiful, lovely move. Queen to d2, threatening d5, threatening this knight on b. Okay, so this knight needs to be protected then. And if queen to d2 is the threat with the idea of going d5. So you can't just wait around with g6 or whatever. So either
I'm very worried about black's position. Like, practically speaking, I think it's very difficult to play black. And black did play a5.
Okay, a5.
So she did protect her knight.
Mm-hmm. And now you can't go. Now there's no point in going queen to d2 because the knight's protected. And if you do step away from this knight, then there are ideas of knight takes h3,
right?
Check. And black should be more than okay. Okay, so this is where we were looking at your move, rook a3, swing across e5.
Yeah, and I want to play e5 at some point. I'm just not sure when. Maybe threatening e5 is better than playing it. Maybe the old saying is right.
Yeah, and the great thing about this rook on a3 is it protects f3. So now we can even think about going queen to d2. I'm obsessed with the idea of going d5.
It's very tough to play black. So the engine's saying white's better, but the engine's defending perfectly with black and still saying white's better. And I think practically speaking, this is just way too tough to play black. And this reminds me of when Kasparov is white in the Ruy Lopez, and he gets this big center, and he's played this rook lift, rook a3 over to the king side and gets a big attack. It reminds me of those positions a lot where he wins with blistering attacks. Showing my age as usual.
Don't worry, you're in good company. I welcome that at all. You know, I was telling some stories and I was talking about teletext, and I'm like, yeah. And then I later on talked about something. I said this, and everyone goes, "We knew you were old when you talked about teletext." And I was like, "Oh yes, those are the good old days when that was the only way to get chess information." But rook a3, great move, and yeah, it's difficult to come up with a move, because you want to develop, and at the same time you want to watch out for all of these pushes that are coming the way. For instance, like you go bishop to d7, and I feel like there could be an e5 already in the air. I feel like maybe even you can just go for your plan.
I like e5. I like queen d2. Yeah, like
queen d2. I'm just queen d2 with the idea of going e5. If you go e5, what's going to happen next? We're not, well, according to the engine evaluation bar, we're not quite ready for that. But yeah, build yourself an attack. Invite everyone to the party. And this rook on a3 is quite multi-purpose because it overprotects f3. There's no sacrifices whatsoever on h3. And you're threatening d5, destabilizing this knight.
Yeah, d5 is just immediately crushing.
Totally. And if you drop it back, I'm thinking, I'm coming forward. Go back.
Yeah, and now white.
It does look amazing, doesn't it? But the question is, it looks so good, but how to break through? Is it d5? Is it e5?
Whatever move I make, the engine's not going to like it. Could also play knight h2 and rook g3 and knight g4.
That spoken like a true Lopez player. Knight to h2, knight g4, rook to g3, and that's nice as well. See, I'm always itching to kind of push forward with my pawns. I'm always like itching to go d5 and like cut off this knight on b4.
d5 looks great. I mean, all looks great for white.
Yeah. Okay, and this rook is still threatening to swing across.
Mhm.
Wow, well, 1 second. So this means that just consulting the engine after a5. So rook a3. And now I'm just wondering, how bad is black's position? And the answer is black's best move is to go bishop to d7.
Hey, we're finding good moves.
We're
That's your move,
finding good
bishop
moves.
d7. Yeah.
And here is where we were looking at queen to d2. And would you believe it? Knight to g6. We literally walked down
Wow.
the engines.
And then d5. Yeah,
And
because you can play
d5.
knight d4, rook g3, and then I can go to f5. That's even better than knight h2.
Yeah. And it says, okay, white is better. Less than a pawn advantage, but on a practical level, this is so dangerous for black.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness me. No, if we're finding the best moves and it's still really, really troubling and worrisome for black, then this means on a practical level, Lagno is in huge, huge trouble. And just a way for Lagno to go wrong would be, for instance, in this type of situation, d5 is a threat. This knight on f4 is loose, so you have to retreat. Well. So it's looking like it might be a decisive result there for Lei Tingjie. And
Yeah, I think we're going to have more than one decisive result today. The games are really interesting, really double-edged.
yeah, because I'm looking at the other computer suggestions, and it's going back to this old chestnut as well. Bishop
Mhm.
c1. No one is ever going to find that one with the idea of bishop takes knight and trapping the queen. It's not on anyone's radar. It's a backward bishop move. It's not going to happen. This bishop is eyeballing the queen. No way will Lei Tingjie even think about that move. It will be a rook a3, which is just introducing this concept of just adding extra fuel to the fire. Wow. And both players around 35-minute mark. They are on move 20. Remember, the players, when they reach move 40, they will get 30 minutes added on the clock. They do have that 30-second time bonus per move. Ooh, it's getting hot in here. So let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see how things are developing in the other games and where should we go to next. So much excitement, actually.
Yeah, any game you go to is going to be good. They've all changed a little bit. Let's look at Ten Zhongyi's game with Salimova, because see how that pawn sacrifice worked out.
Yep. Okay. So we left it. We left it when Salimova went d4, and indeed, Tan Zhongyi did win the pawn. And here he comes. Rook to d8, rook c1. And this is the final. This is the game position.
Mm-hmm.
What are we thinking here?
It seems like black got what she wanted. White's up a pawn, but it seems like black's pieces are okay now.
Mm-hmm. Everything
And
is
the extra pawn's the d3 pawn, which isn't it's not the greatest pawn ever.
okay. But how it's a black to play how to unravel, how to kind of come up with something concrete. Is it knight? What do we do? Because happy moves have been played.
Mm-hmm. She could challenge the c file if she wants. She could put her bishop back on e8 to open up the file for her rook.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c6 is a lot of trading, so I don't know if we want to do that.
I don't know. I think maybe you can do that after bishop to e8. I like that one. Bishop e8. At least tie this knight down to the d4 square. And then pass the ball to white and say, what are you going to do? Unless...
Oh, I could play rook c7. Not sure if the rook is going to be good there, or after knight c6 it's going to get in trouble.
I thought it might get in trouble.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, maybe that's a little too ambitious.
Okay, so in that case, after bishop to e8, beautiful way to move, improving the rook. Say, I wait again. There's no threat. Is there a threat? Is
No,
there
I
a
don't
threat?
think white has any threat. I think white's just hoping that her extra pawn will come through in the end, but uh, that's going to take a long time. And it's looking like d4 pawn sacrifice that black got the play that she was looking for afterwards.
Hmm. Yeah. No, because I was just wondering whether I could just go h3, just make a random move, tuck the king onto h2.
Yeah, that seems good. That seems much better than random, tucking the king away.
Yeah, but then I was wondering, how does black continue? Does black also do the same?
I'm sort of worried about playing h6 that I'm going to get my king exposed at some point, but maybe I shouldn't worry about that.
Okay, so h6. So two can play the same game. This king now goes to h2. And then
It doesn't seem like either side can do very much.
no.
There's tension in the center. It's all blocked up, and everything's sort of stopping everybody else from moving.
That is true. And if one side just tries to do something, like if you try to go then it's black to play king h2. Somehow
Thinking of rook d7, but I don't like my rook on d7 because it like traps my queen more, and also knight c5 is happening. So I just don't like rook d7. I was trying to like triple rooks, but triple on the d file, but that seems bad.
I was wondering about this. If you now initiate trades, but I guess they say challenge accepted. And then this is insignificant, isn't it? So
yeah, because they control the d4 square. Maybe they can play. Well, yeah. Now I'm threatening mate. Yay! I did something. Yeah, 97 check. Yeah.
97 check. Yes, I saw that. Okay, so we stumbled on the right plan, but we need to take precautions. So maybe knight c6, but first we go king h8. It's random square for the king. So there's no knight 7.
Just so you could take on e3 first. Yeah.
Yeah, and
yeah, this extra tempo with threatening mate and the d3 pawn is important.
yes. Okay. And
white could play rook 1 to c2 to defend g2 in that position. So white could play it now.
I also wondered. Yeah. And now if I go knight c6,
then I could take, and when I take on e3, my g pawn's defended.
Yeah.
So now I can play like something like knight d4.
If you go knight to d4, I take.
Then I take on c6. Yeah, the engine says black to draw here, even though white's a pawn up. That d pawn's not very good.
Yeah, but maybe you want to just increase the pressure a little bit before kind of making knight c6. Nice. So, but I'm getting stuck for a plan. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I agree. All the pieces are on the right squares, so it's hard to improve them. Yeah, we can attack on the c file also, and maybe there'll be a lot of trading.
I wondered whether you could kind of exchange a set of rooks. No. And then kind of revert back to this plan. And it's actually really mega important to have the king tucked away, because I'm just thinking of a scenario with maybe the knight on e7 and this king. So let's go back. So once white kind of moves, then moves like rook knight to f5 become a possibility. So I'm just thinking, if you go knight rook to c8, then there are tactical ideas of the knight coming to f5, for instance, and then threatening this bishop on a7. Ooh, do we have any moves? Yeah, we do have some moves. So rook a c1, and now
the bishop's on b5. Yeah,
nice.
I wasn't sure if black wanted to trade the bishop, but maybe black doesn't mind doing that to get more pressure on d3.
So you want to trade? You want to go knight takes bishop?
I don't know if white wants to do that because then I'm worried about d3.
But let's try it.
Yeah, let's
So
take.
let's take just to kind of confirm, and then which way? Bishop
I was
takes
gonna
knight.
I was gonna take with the pawn. I was gonna play pawn takes knight.
Pawn takes, and now we got rook c7.
Well, your knight on b3 is hanging. Oh, my knight on e7 is hanging.
Yes.
Then d3 is hanging. It's too complicated. I think I could take on e3, then play knight f5, and then you can't defend your knight. Unless I'm wrong, then you can.
There might be some back rank issues. So
I mean, after rook c7, after pawn takes knight, rook c7, bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, knight f5, and then your knight's hanging and your queen's hanging.
Yeah. And once the queen moves to any random square, queen takes knight. Oh dear, problems. So you don't want that. But then what to play? A rook c3 then. Keep it tight. Bishop takes bishop.
It seems like black should have something because the rook is defending the knight and the pawn. Yeah. The engine says white's fine, but it looks so dangerous.
It does, right? Because, if the queen goes on an escapade over on the queen side, then you have to always worry about knight to h4. And even this idea that we saw Tan Zhongyi use successfully in order to save the draw against Katerina Lagno, just advance the pawn. H-pawn as far as it can go and see how far it gets you. So no, it does feel like black has compensation, even though the engine is saying yes.
Yeah, she actually didn't take the bishop. She moved her rook back to c3.
She moved it back to c3. Okay, moved it back to c3, and now it's black to play, and now to ramp up the pressure once more. I guess there's no threat of anything, so maybe you just improve, give your king some air.
With like h6, yeah.
Yeah, h6. I'm not sure whether one should get really adventurous and go h5. It's tempting. It depends on whether I was playing a blitz game or a bullet game. And a bullet game, h5, and it's like, come on, let's go. Let's weaken the light squares. But in a classical game, I think I might go h6.
Bishop a4 seems annoying, but I'm not sure what the threat is. It just looks annoying.
Bishop a4?
It looks like black might be threatening something, but I'm not sure what. But there's so many white knights are attacked and by lots of pieces. So it seems like scary if you're white.
That's right. You're planning to back it up with knight to f5 or knight to c6?
Yeah, either one's possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, because white's pieces, they're all tangled up. So how to handle this one? So if I jump in, just to kind of ask the question, knight c5.
Let's see, now do I go back to b5? But then I'm not threatening anything, but I'm just, I'm not sure white's threatening anything.
Then I can take, right?
You can, yeah.
And then I can solidify this knight on c5.
And then if I take the knight and take on d3, my b pawn's hanging, my knight's hanging. So maybe knight f5.
Yeah, knight to f5. And yeah, it's not much of a pawn, is it?
The knight's knight on c5. It's a nice knight.
It is a nice knight. It's a good knight.
Yeah, but now we could play h5 like you would play if the bishop moves.
h5, h4, h3.
The
Fun times on the light squares.
Knight on f5 is pretty good.
I know. No, I know that the valuation buys in white's favor, but I think that's just symbolic. I think it's
Hmm.
black has a compensation here.
Yes.
Absolutely. And any moves played? So we do actually have some moves. So bishop b5, knight c6. Knight c6. Hmm.
Well, black has a big threat.
Threatening the piece on d4.
Hmm.
Something is going to give. Okay, so let's work out the trades then. So knight c. What else to do? We can take the bishop. We can take the knight. What is your vibe?
Yeah, it looks like you have to take one of them. I don't know. I'm getting worried about my a pawn too. After knight takes bishop on b5, the black can start attacking not only the d pawn but the a pawn on a5.
Hmm. So take the knight.
Yeah, maybe take the knight.
Take the knight, and bishop takes. But there's no checkmate idea.
Yeah, we could take on e3 first and then play bishop takes and threaten mate.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's do that one. Yes. Do as I did. And then the rook will step up to c2.
Okay, now my bishop a4 might be good. Maybe.
Yes. You even told me about that move. I cannot play that. Bishop a4 is very good. So, okay, so queen goes to some f2. I'm just suggesting a move to make sure that this king is covered. And again,
Yeah, this seems like white's a pawn up and black has good compensation, but I'm not sure if black has enough. But that bishop is so great. You would think that black should be fine here because that extra pawn, I'm not really concerned about it. I'm more concerned with my active pieces. I think black's pieces are great.
totally, I agree with that. And also, all you need to do is just create some air for your king. And then, as you mentioned, you got pressured down the D line. And this knight is just such a poor piece. I feel like it can be destabilized, as you've highlighted many times with bishop a4. I can't believe I fell for it again, like rook c2, even though we were analysing it on the move before. But anyhow, but bishop to a4 destabilizes knight. This pawn on d3 can't advance. Yeah, I think Salimova does have good compensation.
Yeah.
And let's see if there's any game moves in the game position. Nope. So maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what's happening in the other games.
I want to point out that Ling Qingji's bishop is on c1.
No.
It's on
my
c1.
God. She found it.
I don't know if she played it in the position we were talking about, but her bishop's on c1.
Yeah, she did. She did after I confidently stated that she was no way going to play bishop c1. That was not within the realms of human possibility, and she finds it. Can we, before we head to the other games, can we just check out the game between Vaishali and Muzychuk?
Have an unusual pawn structure for black there.
Yeah. Certainly unusual, and I can see by the absence of this bishop on a7 that Anna was feeling our trepidation about allowing a knight onto f5, so it got
Great word.
traded off. Yeah, the best decision. Sometimes it's good to be afraid. And now no pawns have been traded, so very blocked position. And now she's offering a trade of queens.
Yeah, I think black's done a good job to not get her king in trouble and to sort of defend. I still like white because white has the nice center, but black's position seems playable to me.
I like white's position as well because I agree white has the center, but the question is what to do with the center. If you take the queens off the board, now is your chance to go d5, f3, route the bishop to f2, and then start pawn pushing, which is like my favorite thing in the world. But and if you ever go like d5 immediately, then Anna is going to be jumping at the chance at just
trying to attack the king.
expanding. Oh yeah, on the king side, yeah.
Yeah, white playing d5 at some point does make the knight on d8 look pretty silly.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know whether she should be going f3 first, just to set up this whole. If she goes f3 first and says, "Hey, how about you trade my pawn, my queens?"
Yeah,
Rather.
because the bishop likes to go to f2. So
Exactly. Yeah. So my big idea is just bishop f2, d5. Nothing sophisticated about this idea whatsoever. But then it does allow this knight to jump back into the game. So maybe let's just have a look at what happens if the queens get traded off. Just go immediately, queen takes queen, knight takes queen.
it seems like that knight's going to have a tough time finding a good square no matter what you do with it.
Yeah, it's not a good circuit. Knight, random. Okay, let's go knight takes queen just for fun. Okay, d5, or should I be going f3 first?
Yeah, maybe black can play f5 here because the d pawn is a little loose.
Yeah, so maybe we go f3 first. Let's be precise, f3, and then we're going to go d5, drop the bishop back, expand. Is this something for white, or is this just level?
I mean, the engine says it's okay for black, but I like white a lot. I would definitely take white.
Okay. And if you say no trade of queens, so bishop
Also
takes,
possible. Yeah.
yeah. So how to orchestrate this? So say you drop your queen back to, okay, just for argument's sake, queen to c2. Maybe queen to d1 was a better move, but and then what's
c2.
the plan? Yeah, and then is the plan just simply to go knight to e6?
Yeah, actually, f4 is a good square for the knight. Maybe if white doesn't want to trade queens, white can just play d5 right away.
We have a decision.
Oh, she did trade queens.
She did trade queens, so she felt that it was the critical moment. Queen takes, and then it's decision time. Okay, so
Yeah, and Muzychuk isn't taking back right away because it's not clear which way to do it.
I'm glad it wasn't just me hesitating, just thinking, yeah, how to capture back.
Yeah,
Three captures, and not entirely clear to go with the king, to go with the knight.
If I take with the king or the rook, then at least I could try to play knight e6 to f4, but probably you're going to play d5 no matter what I do.
Yeah, absolutely. d5, and you try to control this knight on d8 circuit, control the c6, e6 squares, and I'm expecting d5. It's tempting, isn't it? Oh, f3 first.
Yeah, if I was black, I'd probably play knight e6 to try to get to f4.
Trying to get to the f4 square, and
I don't like my knight.
And if I go bishop f2,
then I'll go to f4, I guess. Although you could take on b6. I don't know. I have d3 there. Unclear.
Yeah, as it is unclear.
I'll take with the d pawn so I can get my rook on d8 faster than you can.
Yeah. And this doesn't. Yes, I've doubled your pawns, but it hasn't been a wonderful achievement because you have very quick control down the D line. So
yeah, but knight c4 is tough to meet, I think.
It is, isn't it? Unless I say I'm not bothered about it whatsoever and I let your knight come in. But then I don't know. I don't like this one at all. I mean, at the very least, you can go f5 and generate some play on the f line. Okay, so knight to e6. Okay, so if I go now d5,
Well, now I could play knight c5 and try to take your a4 pawn. And I have knight d3 later also, but a4 pawn seems hard to. You could play b3, but I have a sort of a blockade there now. Then I could play f5.
Yeah, not liking this. Not liking this. Okay, so knight to f4 is coming. If I step forward, knight to c5, I concede squares. b4 is not possible because of the weakness of a4. So what is white's move? It's not easy to find a move. Rook to d. No, this pawn is hanging on d4.
Yeah, it has an immediate threat. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight to b3. Yeah, it's difficult. What is the engine saying that what's best is to go?
I mean, just looking at the valuation bar, it says it's equal, right? If I can see it correctly. I mean,
Yeah.
f3 may have been inaccurate, which is something I would say anyway. Never play f3.
You've been proven right. I remember once I was given the task of neutralizing Harry the h pawn, and I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I kid you not. Every single position where h4 was suggested, it was the best move. And now, f3. You're completely right. Don't play f3. And I think this is the way. d5, just control the knight's jumps to e6 and c6. I think she was a little bit too hasty. I think it was in her mind that if Muzychuk had captured with a knight, then f3 perhaps was the most accurate move. So she just quickly played f3.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like white wants to play f3, bishop f2 in any case. So
yeah, or maybe she's afraid of f5. So maybe after f3, knight to e6, this is the best, but not bishop to f2. No, sorry. No. Sorry. I got my move. Bishop f2, but once the knight comes to f4, I cannot allow knight to d3 so recklessly. Ooh. This is a really blocked position, and I do feel that it's going to be a long maneuvering game, and
yes.
I think this is a perfect moment for us to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere because more of the fun to come.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin Play them all on Chess.com.
Tan Zhongyi has already been world champion. At the 2024 candidates, she's trying to get another opportunity. Only 3 women have become world champion again after losing the crown. Tan would be the 4th. She first won it all in a 2017 knockout tournament. In the final, she defeated another of this year's candidates, Anna Muzychuk. After losing the title in 2018, Tan came a hair away from returning in 2023, but a loss to Lei Tingjie put an end to those hopes. Now, Lei and 6 other hopefuls will be fighting Tan for the same right to a world championship match. Before she can become world champion again, she must win this tournament. She ranks top 10 in the world, but so do 5 of her opponents, making the path to victory a tough one. Can Tan Zhongyi emerge from the crowd for her next chance at history?
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
We are back. It was quite wild for a moment here in round 5 of the women's candidates, but it does seem to have now developed into some over-the-board tension as the players, they are getting closer to that time control. The clock is ticking down, and there we can see Humpy Koneru against the top seed Alexandra Goryachkina. Now, Ben, this was quite the ride to get to this position, but Goryachkina just doesn't seem to have put a foot wrong.
No, she's been defending very well, and I think both players have played excellent the last few moves since we last looked at it. And now it seems like the focus for white is turning to the king side, trying to attack that g5 pawn. Although on the other hand, the e5 pawn is not as defended as it once was. So black is getting counterplay. So the position's about equal, but I think black was the one on the defensive, and I think she defended well.
Yeah. So the big question here now after h4, bishop b4, is what to do next. Do you trade? Do you trade bishops? Do you snap the pawn on g5? Is this now going to fizzle out? So we can take our pick. What do you think? Rook takes rook, bishop takes bishop check, or none of the above? Actually, let's not forget that bishop to e3 can always be played at any moment.
Mm-hmm. And she must have heard you. Very good.
I love it when that happens. I feel like I've done well at the bingo when the players guess their moves.
So I like bishop e3 because the bishop on b4 can get trapped.
Oh, good point. Good point. So knight takes e5 would be a big mistake, although No, not a big mistake. Why not a3? What am I missing? Oh, rook takes
So
rook.
we
No?
trade the rooks and play bishop d6.
And if I go this
Oh,
way?
bishop takes. Well, that I didn't look at. I mean, I want to say f5 since I missed bishop takes because I
Yeah,
don't
you
see
have to
another.
go on.
I don't see another move. So
Yeah, and that's going to save the day for you. Always look at those counterattacks. So knight takes g5. Well, yeah, it saves the day. Ooh, but still, I like it. Bishop to e3 at least puts the psychological pressure on black. So what to do here? Is knight takes e5 the only move? Rook takes rook, but rook takes rook feels again like you're stepping in the wrong direction because you're conceding the c line.
that's right. But it's actually interesting if she takes with the rook, which way white will recapture. Just trying to keep that a3 idea in mind.
Yeah.
Because now if you take with the rook, then maybe I can play knight takes e5. Although I'm sort of worried. I'm worried with black, but maybe I shouldn't be. Seems like black has a lot of things that are loose. Rook c7 check, a3, h takes g5. It seems like white has a lot of possibilities.
Totally. Like the first one I would go is h takes g5, just because I want to restore material balance. Are you a pawn grabber, Ben?
Yeah, I like taking pawns. I like being
Yeah.
up pawns.
Yeah.
Maybe knight c4 at some point to stop the rook from coming in and putting some pressure on white's position.
Yes. Yes, that's a good move. That is a good move. It's not easy to defend against that one either. Yeah. Okay, so well, okay, maybe rook takes rook then is a possibility, but then okay, hang on a second. One can always step back with the bishop.
Right, that might be the more testing move. In fact, is to take with the bishop. So you're trying to play a3.
So it's not vulnerable on e3 anymore. That's the whole thing. And yeah, we are now threatening a3. And if you do take a3, no, there's still f5. Okay, well we have a move.
She did take on e5. Yeah,
She did take on e5.
This could happen with a3 and f5 happening.
Okay, and so the big question is, so if you do see h takes g5, your move, knight c4.
Yeah, it seems like that's a good move to throw in.
Totally.
Yeah, this seems okay for black.
I don't see anything promising for white, because if you go bishop to d4, defending b2, well then e5, and I feel like somehow you have to step back with the bishop to c3. And
yeah, this looks like there's going to be a lot of trades and probably equality.
Totally. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling as well. Okay, so I don't want to be doing that. No aggressive move whatsoever. So h takes g5 doesn't, I don't rank that one very highly. And if I go, and if white goes a3, again,
now,
you can.
Yeah, I could play f5 right away, or I could trade rooks. I'm not sure what's happening after we take everything. It seems like a lot of pawns are hanging if we trade pieces.
Okay, so which one do you want to go first? Do you want to
Like
go?
if I took on after f5, if I took on b4 and you took on e4, it seems like every pawn is hanging for both sides. So I don't know how to evaluate this because I'm confused.
I'm confused. I'm going to take. I would take this one first, just for fun.
No, I don't know what to do. I can also throw in knight c4 again.
Oh,
because I still have your e5 trick, and now I can take the bishop. I don't know what's going on there either. After bishop c5, I can take it, and then play
the bishop c5.
I take it, then play knight e3 check.
Yep.
And then I could take either on f3 or g5. I don't know. I guess f3.
Yep.
You know, who's playing for? I guess this should be a draw too. I guess I just don't know who's better.
I don't know. I think maybe we would capture towards the center. And well, white's a pawn down, right?
Oh, white is a pawn down. That's good you mentioned that. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I didn't notice that for a while. So It's
then I
also very good to know.
definitely want black here then. So
Yes.
I don't know if black's winning, but I'll definitely take black.
So that's an important. So this line came about via bishop to c5 check. And what happens if I get brave and do this? No. Okay, no, not pawn takes. So take with the rook, Yovi. And then pawn takes pawn.
I think you're being too brave, but maybe it's
I
okay.
think I am. I think I am being very brave. But once again, it's a commentator's privilege.
That's right. You can sack any exchange you want.
As you can.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Also, I'll tell you something that was very concerning. Have a look at the clock times because they're only on move 24. This is a position, it's massively sharp. And Humpy
only 9 minutes.
Just less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's concerning. And as we saw, there was like a minefield to tread as well.
It's very complicated position, yeah.
She's a pawn down for the time being. There's so many counterattacks. The knight coming to c4. There's a possibility for her to get a3. But the thing is, though, the complications to continue is not just with this move. Wow. Humpy, you need to speed up. And I'm just checking with the engine, and the engine says the best move is actually to get h takes g5.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty logical move. The question is, should black should play knight c4? That I didn't know.
c4.
Okay.
And here I was on the right track apparently with my rook takes c4.
Now sack the exchange.
And now sack the exchange.
Looks like Humpy just traded rooks on d8.
She traded rooks on. Yeah, she did. She traded
on c8, I guess. Yeah.
And now rook takes c8. So she's getting closer to the move 40, and now she's going to take on 8.
Mm-hmm.
And so Humpy is arguing that now knight c4 she can come back. Bishop c1, very clever.
Mm-hmm.
This
is clever.
Humpy's one of the world's best women players. Very nice. But will the game just fizzle out after pawn takes g5?
So bishop takes, you're just going to move the king somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to move the king.
I'm scared.
A random location. I'm going to put it here, so then I can go bishop to e7. I don't want to allow any checks.
No, I like f8, yeah. I'd be scared if I was black here, but it looks like black has enough counterplay.
Where is the knight going? So if it
after b3, yeah.
Where are you going to go? Knight b6.
D5 is a nice square for the knight, so knight b6 is possible.
Knight b6. And the rook is coming down.
Yeah, rook c2 and knight d5. Eventually I'm going to like black. Yeah,
me too.
Eventually.
Me too. Knight to d5, and yeah, again. Okay, so hang on a second. So that was knight bishop c1, h g5. Maybe there's no rush. Maybe you can go a3, but then you have your beautiful counter-attacking move f5. And once again, it feels
That's
like
funny.
black.
I was worried if white traded rooks, eventually, which she did, eventually she could take on a5 and have a passed pawn. But the black knight went to c4, so that pawn's defended. So in these variations where you're taking the bishop and I'm taking the knight, the a5 pawn's defended. So it's not so dangerous for black, I don't think, as I was worried about. You probably just take on f3 here, and black's going to be. It's not going to be a pawn up because the g5 pawn is hanging. So this looks like just a draw.
Yeah, this is a draw, isn't it?
7, and there's like no pieces on the board. Yeah.
Literally, nothing to play for. Yeah, this is just going to fizzle out. Well, very clever move then from Humpy. Then just trade off rooks with the idea, if this bishop is attacked with knight c4, just to drop it back to c1. Very, very nice. And yeah, I think in terms of the clock situation and of course with the position being as it is, I don't think Humpy will be too disappointed with a draw. It's a nice way to steady the ship. Yes, she's still on -1, but still plenty of time to recover. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look
Yeah,
at...
I definitely know what game we should go to now. Li Tingqi
Okay.
versus Lagno. Things have changed in that game.
Wow.
They've really changed.
Wow, that's huge. It was when we left it. We left Li Tingqi with a very nice position. Yes, she was a pawn down, but she had the possibility for attacking on the king side. Now I'm looking at this, and it's suddenly colors reversed. Suddenly Lagno is the one attacking G6.
Yeah, it's like black's a pawn up and better. It looks like a Benoni now.
Totally.
Except black's up a pawn for some reason.
Okay, so let me just backtrack a little bit.
Yeah, what happened in the interim? What happened here?
So A5 and bishop C1, the move I said was never going to get played, was played. Thankfully, I didn't gamble anything.
But bishop C1 was good. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop C1 must have been good. Knight H5, queen to D8. It had the computer's stamp of approval. Bishop to D2. Maybe this is not the best move, bishop to D2. Maybe it wanted your idea of, you suggested some things like rook A3. You also suggested knight H2. Maybe something like that. Or D5. I like my D5.
Yeah.
So bishop to D2. Yeah, and now D5 comes, but it allows knight to E5. Aha.
Yeah, bishop D2 and knight D5 doesn't work out well together.
No, there's no benefit for this bishop being on D2. Knight to G3 and then G6. Just controlling the F5 square. Now black is just simply a pawn up. Okay. Well,
and it has a nice time advantage as well.
Yes, and the players are on move 26. Remember, they have to get to move 40, upon which they will get a half hour extra on the clock. And G6. Knight is coming into D3.
Yeah, the black bishop can go to G7. Black has 2 passed pawns on the queen side, and white doesn't really have an attack on the king side anymore. Maybe black does.
Okay, how to mix it up, though?
Just a few inaccurate moves, and that's what happens.
Okay, yeah, no, totally. So bishop to G7, I love that move, improving all the pieces. So, I mean, I'm just thinking of ways that this knight doesn't have too many squares. So say you go, no, I was going to go rook A3, but that was actually a lie. The knight can come to not only D3, but it could also have come to C4. So literally, no, you can't put your rook on A3. Okay, so if you go bishop if you just ignore the fact that you're material down.
Yeah, and that stops knight D3. Although now your F4 idea is not prevented because your bishop isn't defending it.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about that anymore, I guess. I don't know, maybe bishop G7. And then
bishop G7. And you still feel that.
Yeah, black's pieces all look great.
Totally. Like the rooks will now come into, you can go B6, rook C8.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Which means...
Looks like a great Benoni, yeah.
Yeah, totally. And Li Tingqi in big trouble, actually, against Katerina Lagno. Difficult position. No way to... I mean, I was thinking, like, how can you get into swindler mode? How can you initiate chaos? Because bishop C3, bishop E3 is not initiating chaos.
No, it looks like black's going to initiate chaos soon with attacking. So, and I'm not even sure if black's going to play on the queen side or the king side, because it looks like black could do both. Like control the C file or push the queen side pawns or attack on the king side.
You don't need to rush with pushing the queen side pawns. You can just do it when you're good to go. I just like this whole kind of concept of playing for whole board domination. And here, and you're kind of taught, like, when you want to swindle, you need to initiate chaos. You need to go into, like, what do you call it? Swashbuckling mode. That's not really the word that they use, but they use another thing where window ledging. That's the word.
That I don't even know.
Oh, it's from the Australian Grandmaster's David Smurden's book. He
Hmm.
talks about window ledging. He talks about that scene when you're cornered in a room, and so the only way to get out is to jump on the window ledge. So you have the disadvantage because your back is against the you're going to fall over if you fall. But on the other hand, the other one has increased their risks as well.
Sounds
So
dangerous.
it is dangerous. It is dangerous. And that's a way of getting swindles. So I'm just trying to think of ways to do that. So it's like maybe just going knight to f5, rook a3, and then hitting the chaos button with knight to f5 at some stage.
Yeah, that seems like you're going to fall off the ledge if you do that. It's like an unsafe ledge.
It's a bad position anyhow because she's gonna start motoring forward, controlling the whole board, and then there is no ledge. You're just stuck in the room. There's no escape at all.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't know what to do because she's just sitting there and her clock is getting pretty low.
Yeah, her clock is ticking down to under 7 minutes. And there's no easy move that generates some play.
Boy, a lot's happened in the Vaishali game. Like, it really hates Vaishali's position now. The position really changed a lot.
Okay, and let's...
Things happened. Things were done.
Okay.
And Vaishali still has much less time, too.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's head there immediately because, yes, I can just see that the knight just jumped to e6. Knight to b3. Knight. And then knight c1. Why is this so bad?
Well, my knight has the e3 square later. That doesn't seem good. Yeah, white seems pretty passive now.
Yeah, white is very passive. But I mean, is there any ways to kind of retain control? Say, for instance, go g4, king f2. I mean, I'm even thinking about situations where you can sacrifice a rook for a knight that appears on e3.
Well, this just seems like black has all the play here. Like white, I thought white was going to play on the queen's side, but looks like black's doing that.
Yeah.
I was really worried about the knight on d8, and now the knight on d8's gone, so I'm not worried anymore.
No. I mean, definitely it will be Anna who will be pushing forward. But look at the clock time. Vaishali, under 6 minutes. We've seen that actually in quite a few games that one side has a significant disadvantage on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, I just thought white had a nice advantage and was pressing, and now it looks like the opposite's happening.
Yeah, totally. Oh, wow. I'm kind of curious now to see what the time situation is in the game between Tan Zhongyi and Salimova.
Yeah, they're relatively close. Salimova still has less time.
Okay. So which game should we go to? Because this one looks like it's going to be a long grind. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and quickly take our pick. So, so Lei Tingjing, she did make a decision. Oh.
A lot of trading in that game, but the engine doesn't like it.
Hang on. Did she went bishop takes knight, and then she traded off everything. And we get to this position. So Lagno is a pawn up.
Yeah, the bishop on b1 is a pretty sorry piece.
True, but if you can pick up the b pawn, maybe life can continue.
It's funny, I was thinking earlier that black could try g5, g4, and then I realized with the white knight on d4, white's knights just get into f5. So I was glad I didn't say anything. But now maybe it's more interesting to do that now that we can play bishop takes f5 and continue with g4. But white's queen is pretty well placed on b3 to stop that, to stop the attack on the king. So I'm not sure if I want to play g5, g4 and go all in now when I don't have to.
Can you go all in? If you go g5, no, because there is this possibility of going rook a3 and then something
Mhm.
happening on f3.
Yeah, we can definitely try to get some big attack. I guess, yeah, we don't want to play f5 because the bishop on
But
b1 comes to.
if you do this now, bishop takes h3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You're really going all in.
I am going all in.
And you want to play rook a3 and queen
Yeah, so what
h3
I'm
and
going
knight
to do,
f3. Yeah,
yes, rook a3,
this
boom,
is serious.
queen takes b4, knight f3, and I was just working this out while you were talking. King to g2, you take knight takes rook, check.
Mhm.
And I
Then
just
king
assume
f1,
that
I
I'm
guess.
winning this, but I guess this queen takes knight,
I didn't
and
even see that. Wow. I didn't
I
see
didn't
queens
see
could
it
go
either.
backwards. Yeah, I
Well,
thought you were trying to play queen takes h3 first, threatening knight f3 mate. I was getting scared of getting mated after queen takes
yes,
b4.
after queen takes h3. Oh yeah, queen takes h3. So the reason I rejected this was because of knight to f4, but I think you're right. I don't need to be afraid.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was gonna play rook a3 first, and then queen takes h3. Oh, then you could take the rook and you stop mate. That doesn't
Yeah.
work.
No, but okay, the valuation bar tells us we are on the right track. Maybe we don't need to worry about it. Maybe we just simply, because maybe we just drop the queen back to h4. The end. Knight comes to g4. The rook is coming to a3. Knight comes to f3. So if you go queen takes b4, knight to f3. King
Yeah,
g2.
the knight's hanging on f4 too.
Yeah,
So
knight's
you can't
hanging.
play queen takes b4.
Okay, so if the queen moves over to e3, well then we just go, do we go knight to g4 or rook a3 first? Rook
They
a3
both
first.
look good. Yeah.
Yeah, let's introduce a new piece into the attack. Rook a3.
Mhm.
Something. Bishop I don't know.
E-
Bishop to
Even
d3.
even g5 looks winning because
Uh-huh.
everything's pinned and attacked. This looks terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, there's a big moment on the board though. Hang on. So let me just go back to the game and let me just knight d e2, and this is the moment. Bishop takes h3, sorry. So bishop takes h3. I've had it confirmed. It is the best try.
Wow.
And second best try is just to go rook a4.
And keep our
But
extra pawn. Yeah.
yeah, black is just winning regardless. Black can even go h5 and use this idea of going bishop takes h3 later on. But rook a4 keeps the extra pawn. It's comfortable.
Yeah, it just looks like black's a pawn up and has a better position.
Mm-hmm.
And has more time.
Yeah. And bishop takes h3. Well, would you know? My brain still works even when it's closing in on midnight.
Not even midnight yet. That's why. Are you
Yeah, I tell you.
Are you 7 minutes away?
Yeah. Once I pass midnight, that's it. What an exciting moment. 15 minutes. The players are moved 30. So they have still a few moves to get to the time control, but it's not as serious. What do you think is most practical, Ben? Do you think to go rook a4, hold on to the extra pawn, live life in comfort, or do you go all in, roll the dice? Well, bishop takes h3, go for the beauty prize.
Yeah, I think somebody who plays the Benoni a lot is going to look at bishop takes h3 for a long time. But black knows that she has a great position and she's probably winning and doesn't want to unsoundly sacrifice a piece. But as the engine points out, that piece sacrifice is really good.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm black, if I see them move rook a4, I'm probably playing it because I keep my extra pawn and I keep all of my advantages.
Yes. Yeah. I would probably play rook a4, and then on the next move, I'll think about bishop takes h3 and go, But I don't know, because I'm looking at this position from the whites. I was thinking about bishop takes h3. I was like, I really worried about that move.
Right.
So you might not necessarily have it on your radar from the black side of things. But Katerina Lagno, she is in deep thought,
I think
considering
she's
whether
on.
to go.
I think she's on a radar because she's thinking such a long time here.
Totally, I
I think
agree.
she's looking at it.
Bishop takes h3 would be an absolutely brilliant move.
Recommended by Shirov.
Yes, recommended by everyone who has guts, who likes the spicy life, who likes adventure. Rook a4, more than good enough.
Mhm.
Hold on to your extra pawn. The most practical try. Maybe rook a4 will get played. I suspect when the clock goes under 10 minutes, I think it will be rook a4 that she'll go for. Because you start to get nervous. That's the thing. You start to kind of second guess yourself. It's candidates. And also bear in mind that in her round 4 game against Tan Zhongyi, she was winning. And she didn't manage to win.
This would be a good pick-me-up.
It would be. It would, and to do it in such style as well. But either way, rook a4, bishop takes h3. Both good continuations.
Mhm.
And the clock is ticking down.
It'll be
So let's
exciting
just,
in time trouble. Wow.
it will be exciting in time. I'm kind of curious. So after rook a4, just to kind of, how easy is it? Rook a4, what are you going to play with the white pieces? No easy move, right?
I mean, I want to play f4, but I'm afraid I'm going to get checkmated. But I
Okay,
want
so
to play.
f4.
I want to play f4. Maybe rook a3 stronger now.
Yeah, rook a3. Yeah, and then queen takes b4.
Just take on g3, I guess.
Just take on g3.
Yeah, this seems like White's king is in a little trouble here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because after knight takes g3, just to kind of highlight, which way are we going? Queen takes. Queen takes.
Like knight f3 check looks good too. I don't. They both look good.
Knight f3. Knight f3. Yes,
I
knight
don't know
f3.
I don't know which is better. They both look good.
Queen takes g3. King f1. Let's take another one. And bishop takes h3 looks
Bishop
amazing.
takes h3 looks good. Yeah, f4 pawn's hanging too, and mate 1's hanging.
And then
Yeah,
one.
then we can play there. Then king h2, then bishop f2.
Oh yeah. Okay, so hang on. Queen takes bishop. Queen to g2.
Right.
We make a great team, Ben. Give us any position and we'll hack you down. Okay, bishop to f2. Excellent.
And the truth hurts. There's too many threats.
Death by bishop. Okay. Do we have a decision from Katerina? And now she's coming close to the 11-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
She's been deep in thought using the last 5 minutes. So rook to a4, more than sufficient, very practical. Or is she going to go for the stylistic choice? Bishop takes h3.
She has a very aggressive posture. She's sitting up and going forward like she wants to do something aggressive.
Yes, it's tempting. And she is a tactical, aggressive player.
Mm-hmm.
When she burst into the scene, I remember around about 2003, you know, she was so aggressive. And she was playing in the European Individual Championship for the Open section. And I remember she was taking down grandmasters and everyone was talking about her performance. So Katerina keeping us in suspense. Should we wait here or should we go and check in on the other games? Oh, no, she goes for it.
She did take on h3. Hooray.
Just when I was beginning to lose my patience, there she goes. Bishop takes h3.
She heard you're going to go away, so she played it real fast after you said that.
Yes. Yeah. No, what a courageous move. Love it. Okay, so bishop takes h3. So let's quickly run through the lines again. So pawn takes bishop. The whole idea is that you go queen takes h3 with the idea of going rook to a3 and then going knight to f3 check. So how to defend against this knight f3. She also has knight to g4 in the air with this idea of queen to h2. So lots of dangerous knight moves.
Yeah, the bishop on b1 just isn't playing at all. If white could just play
No.
bishop g2, everything would be fine. But bishop on b1 isn't defending the white king.
Yeah. And so, okay, so how to... The only move that I could think of in this particular position, because queen takes b3 is just going to be met by knight to f3, and that is checkmate. So you don't want to allow that, obviously. The knight to f4 was the only move that I could see.
Yeah, we were looking at queen h4 in this position, and queen g4 also looks good because we still have the knight f3 idea in the air.
Yeah, queen to g4, and then after queen takes b4, we go...
We could just take the knight if we want, but you could take all the pieces. Yeah, queen g4, I threatened the knight. If you defend it with your queen's overworked. I can take the rook and the knight. So I don't know what white does here.
I guess knight has to go knight to g2. Cover the rook.
No, now we check knight f3 and king f1 runs into knight d2.
Whoops. Game over. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. Queen to g4. Very clinical. Excellent. Just queen to g4. Attack the knight. Threaten knight f3. This rook is loose. There's nothing to do. Nothing
yeah, and
to
knight
do.
Knight f4 to me is like the obvious move, but after queen g4, I don't know what to do.
And okay, what about... Okay, should we have a move? Queen takes b4. I was just going to suggest this. You know, what happens if you don't capture on b4? I guess you just drop your bishop back.
Yeah, I like queen takes b4 because it puts some pressure on d6. It defends the rook. It seems like taking on h3 just loses.
And if you...
We stop rook a3, so that's good.
That's true. Well. This bishop is not up for grabs on h3, so you don't need to worry about that. You can just introduce new pieces into the attack. What about there's knight to g4? Is that an idea?
That's definitely scary.
3 is the magic number, they say, when it comes to attack.
Yeah, because now your bishop can go to e5 also, so that's nice.
Oh,
makes queen d6 look really bad.
Yes, I was just thinking bishop takes g2 was my big idea.
Yes,
with idea of clearing the h2 square. Okay, and so let's go on a greed mission. You know what they say? If you're gonna die, you might as well die hungry. No, on a full stomach.
Right. So can we sack all of our pieces and play bishop g2?
Okay.
I don't know if we can. It says we can't. Darn, I wanted to give all my pieces away. Darn.
No, let's keep some of them. Okay, so the king has a safe square on h7, so we just need to go rook to a3, just for fun? Or do we go somewhere where they can't be harassed?
I like rook a3 because it brings another piece into the attack.
That's what I was thinking. So then now the queen comes to b4.
I have to take on g2 now. I have to. I'm going to take on g2. Bishop takes g2.
Yeah. Because now there's no time. Now there's no time to take on check. So king takes bishop because of queen at h2, and then it's just queen h2. Yeah. Easy. Okay, knight g4. Knight g4, and it's going to be... Has she played knight g4? I don't think she did. Bishop to g4. Okay, that's still fine. Also looks fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but what's the big idea? Because After queen takes d6, what is she planning?
I'm trying to sacrifice something on f3, but I don't know why I'm trying to sacrifice so much. I guess because it's not my game, so I can sacrifice. But it seems like it's probably, it's risky because you have knight f4, queen f4.
But maybe you can improve. Maybe you can improve the rook, right? I don't know whether you can go. And if you play, I was just wondering whether I could do this and then do something like this, and then go knight to g4. Maybe not. I don't think it's the best. I'm just trading off all the attackers. So queen takes d6. What is the idea?
So if bishop takes e2 now, you're taking with the knight, so your queen can come back.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. But maybe that's good enough. I sense that there's something here.
Yeah, it does look suspicious.
But what is it? What is the move? Maybe it's just to bring another piece into the game. Maybe no need to. No need to go for fireworks. Just you also got queen to g4.
Queen to g4 looks good too. Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just looking for an immediate knockout, but I can't see any knockout.
Well, there is one. It's to do queen to g5. It's a beautiful backward move with the idea of knight to f3. So if the knight comes to g3, h5.
Yeah, this looks devastating. This attack looks too strong.
We have some moves. Queen takes d6, h5 played.
Or just h5 right away.
Just h5 right away.
Yeah, material is equal, but black just has a free attack against white's king. The bishop on b1 is still terrible.
Yep. Rook f1. And Lei, she is under 3 minutes on the clock, and they're only on move 32. Ooh. And I'm keeping an eye on the other games.
Yeah, Vaishali's game got all blocked up.
Yeah.
It's like they're both playing checkers on different colors.
Yeah, that looks quite level. So the Vaishali game definitely looks like it's very, very blocked, very level. And the game between we're now in a rook and pawn ending.
She finally got her pawn back. Yeah.
She got her pawn back, and it's again looking very even. So all the drama is happening in this game.
That's right. Yeah, the other games are all pretty level. This game looks really good for black. So Lagno's looking good.
So we're going to stick with this game, and especially because Lei Ting-Jie, she was quite a few players' top pick. She was mine. I thought that she was going to do very well. But there was one risky thing with Lei. She hasn't been playing too many tournament chess. So when she won the Women's Grand Swiss in 2021, that was the only tournament she played. When she won the Women's Candidates, that was the only event she played.
Wow.
And again, it was the same with the the World Championship match. That was the only classical event. And she hasn't played since then. And then here you go, Queen C7.
From D6? Okay. What's pressure on B7? Try to queen your D pawn.
Yeah. No threats whatsoever, though. And this is where, I guess, I guess her idea is to coordinate and come back to c1 if his queen ever arrives to g5. Is there some rook a3 business? Is it bishop?
Rook a3 is interesting. We could still take and play queen g4, try to play h4.
Yeah. But this is why I was thinking maybe Lei's move was very clever. Queen to c1 was her idea.
Right now, I'm not going to play queen g5. I'm going to play queen g4. So
Ah,
that queen
okay,
c1.
okay. So you want to go
just
here
yeah, just so queen c1 isn't so strong.
and queen to g4.
Oh, the engine doesn't like my play. Shocking.
Ah, no, it thinks it's okay. I don't see anything wrong with it. You got to cover knight to f3.
Mm-hmm. Maybe king f1.
King to f1.
Yeah, I'd like to play knight g4 and queen h4, but I covered the g4 square with my own queen.
That's true. That's true, but it doesn't feel like you're going to survive. But we do have a move from Lagno. She just played b5.
Oh, b5. I wasn't looking at that
b5.
side of the.
No, I wasn't looking at that side of the board either, but she's preserving her pass pawn. And Lei,
And she gives her knight to c4 square if necessary.
d6.
Oh, White's getting some counterplay. Time situation is not very good.
No. But the pawn on d6 can be easily controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nothing too frightening for black.
Maybe black wants to play bishop d7 to stop the pawn, defend the b pawn, and then move the queen to g4, g5, and then h4.
Mm-hmm.
Something slow like that.
Also, with the bishop going back to d7, the knight can now come to g4 as well,
right?
So that you can threaten queen to h2. Although it's just a check. It's not the end of the world. Bishop e6 is also another move. Is it a threat to go? No. Queen to e7 is not an idea. And,
but I think White did a good job of making it some chaotic by taking on d6 and playing d6, trying to get some swindling chances.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent try to save the game. She saved the game before against in round 4. And just having a look at the other games.
Yeah, Vaishali did something interesting in her time trouble.
And so did Humpy. Let's bring up the bird's eye view and have a look, because things are not so clear.
Oh yeah, Humpy's in terrible time trouble. I don't know what move number it is.
Shall we head there?
Let's move 36. So that's not that bad.
Okay. But it does look, just judging from the bird's eye view, it does look like she's struggling.
Mm-hmm. No, this is definitely tough in time trouble because black's pieces are so active.
Oh, she's there on move 36. Humpy, less than a minute on the clock. And just look at this rook on c2. Look at this knight on f4. All Goryachkina needs to do is start to just drive this knight away from its central post. And Humpy potentially in some trouble here.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't a position you want to have less than a minute in for White. It requires precise defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, even as they're trading down and getting to a more equalish position, it seems like black sees the initiative and probably in Humpy's time trouble.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you can even take this pawn on g2 and then come back up to rook c4. You can attack this knight. The key is to play the best moves, because remember, the players are getting that 30-second time increment per move. Don't lose your nerve. Move 36.
Yeah, these moves are all tempting. Rook c4, knight takes g2, rook takes g2. Everything's very tempting for black.
Yep.
Even f5 and try to kick the knight out.
Yeah, that's the move that I'm drawn to. Just remove that
F5.
knight, and then do we have a move? No move played. And Goryachkina thinking many possibilities. Can drop the rook to c4. She can snatch that pawn on g2. Which one will tempt her the most? The fact that she's thinking suggests to me that she's not automatically just calculating knight takes g2.
Right, yeah, there's so many moves that look reasonable. I don't want my rook to get kicked off the 7th rank. So after taking on g2, they can play king d1 and my rook has to evacuate. And she did play f5.
Played.
Yeah.
And what is Humpy going to play? Knight 2. Oh, Humpy down to her last 37 seconds.
No increments, tough. Wow.
No, it is tough. But she only has she drops the knight back to d2.
That seems like the safest move.
Ooh, I think we're going to be in for a wild night here, Ben, because I see that a lot of the games that we anticipated were going to be fizzling out
are not fizzling out.
Not so clear at all. And the game that we thought that was going to be over pretty soon between Leitinje and Lagno, it's getting complicated there. You can see the bird's eye view. Yeah. You can see that Vaishali has allowed a pawn to arrive on g3. This is very, very concerning. The position is very blocked, though. So if she can manage to keep a fortress, keep a blockade, she will get that draw. But again, it's not going to be especially easy. Tough defense. And there we also saw that for Humpy. Again, she has to play accurately. Whereas the only game that is potentially relatively straightforward, although I say this cautiously, is the game between Tan Zhongyi and Salimova.
Yeah, that does look pretty drawn. Yeah. So, yeah, it looks like the pawn sacrifice in the end worked out for Salimova. She got lots of counterplay, and eventually she won her pawn back, trading down to this very equalish looking endgame.
Should we go back to the game that we were keeping a close eye on?
Yeah, King G versus Lagno. That's all crazy now.
Yes, that's gone crazy. And now the material is level. They has won the b5 pawn.
So they're on move 36 also. They've played 36 moves, and White has very little time on her clock.
Yeah.
King Chi has to get it going. Yeah.
She does. And what does she play? She played queen to b3. How to build up the attack? Is it to go bishop to e5?
Bishop e5 looks very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one black piece hasn't been trying to attack. It seems like with the two bishops and the attack, black should be close to winning in this position.
Yeah, but she has to do something, because if she just trades too many pieces, she makes a move. Bishop e5.
Yeah, White's under tremendous pressure.
Totally. But the thing is, though, once the queens come off, that's it. It'll probably be fizzling out into a draw. All the pawns are on the same side of the board. They just under 30 seconds. And it's move 37.
Do the players not get increment before move 40? Because it seems
Yeah,
like their times are going.
they're going down to 10 seconds, so it's going to make her 38th move.
Mm.
And there's a tricky one at that. She put her queen on d5.
They are getting an increment, but she played with 4 seconds left. Wow.
And yes, it's only in the open where they don't get any increment until they pass move 41. Move 40. Queen f6 is what I'm expecting. Queen f6 with the idea of obviously defending the bishop on e5 and then threatening to get the h-pawn motoring down the board.
Moving the h-pawn down the board, that's the way you play chess now. Got to move hairy.
Yep. You got to weaken your opponent's king.
Yeah, queen f6 seems really good. I like trying to play h4.
The only thing that's concerning about this position is that when you consider how good the position was before for Katerina, she will be kicking herself.
Yeah.
She will perhaps not be objective that this is still a win. It's still much better for her. She'll be thinking, oh my God, I was a pawn up, no longer a pawn up. And if the queens come off, it's going to be a draw.
At least she still has more time on her clock.
She does. She does have more time.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi and Salimova reached time control a couple of moves ago. So they're not in time trouble anymore. Everybody else is in time trouble.
Okay. Move 38 for Katerina. And she has to defend this bishop on e5. That is under attack. Now ticking down to 2 minutes. Decision time.
I like your queen f6.
Maybe she's worried about some kind of f4. No, okay, she drops her queen back to g5. That's fine. I like this idea, threatening h4.
Boy, Lin Qingqi with 20 seconds on her clock. This is a tough position for white with 20 seconds. Black just wants h4 and just crash through. Wow, 5 seconds. And she played with 4 seconds. Knight f5. Wow.
Wow. Knight f5. Beautiful.
Attacking the bishop on e5 because it blocks the queen.
Okay. And just to let you know that Humpy Koneru, she did have time trouble against Alexandra Goryachkina, but she has safely made move 40, so she will be getting that extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like she made the time control with 5 seconds left.
Wow.
And nothing terrible has happened in the last 2 or 3 moves. So
okay. She's still holding. Yeah, she seems to have improved her position somewhat. Still, it's move 39. Lei has unleashed a corker of a move. Knight f5. What is...
Maybe that's why queen f6 was better, because now the knight is blocking the queen's defense of the bishop.
I must admit, I didn't see knight to f5.
Well, it doesn't like her last move.
No, the evaluation bar moved, and it's probably because of this. Queen takes bishop. She just panicked. The momentum was just slipping away from her. And Lei has made move 40, so she can breathe a sigh of relief. She was in big trouble, but I think she's over the worst of it.
Yeah, it looks like Lagno's going to have 2 draws in a row where she was winning. Or is it 3?
No, two draws.
Yeah.
She got away with it against Anna Muzychuk. Okay. And remember, once the players do pass move 40, they are able to offer their opponents a draw. So we might see a move like, well, queen to d2 is still pretty tricky, right? Queen to d2 attacking the rook, attacking the knight. Very tricky move.
That is a tricky move. I'm not sure what I would do. I'd probably lose on time. Can I play queen c3?
Yeah, you can.
I hope I'm not
And you
blundering a
have to be-
piece. I feel like I might be blundering.
No. I think it's fine because you protect the rook. But then again, that's the only way to, unless you want to go bishop f3. But then 18 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's in time trouble.
Queen to d2. Yes, and there it comes, and Lagno makes the time control with seconds to spare on her clock. Woo! That was exciting, and I think this is the perfect moment for us to catch our breaths, just to recover, and we'll be back in just a short while in order to catch up on the rest of the games. So see you in a few minutes.
Chess needs women and minorities to be just as included and welcomed. I think that's the only way forward.
We're going to play a huge role in making the community a more welcoming place and making it a place where we really are just focusing on the chess and nothing else.
I really do believe that women are the future of chess.
Women play an important role in shaping chess's future by mentoring and supporting young female players to come out and play chess with confidence.
I do feel that women will be very important in the future. I can see this is already happening.
We have a lot of young girls coming up, and hopefully we will have many more jurors. And also we will have a lot more girl participation in the future.
I hope that as more and more women start to play chess, it will become more balanced and it will change the culture of chess in general.
I think in 20, 30 years, we're going to be seeing so many more women that are grandmasters, so many more women that are at the top, and so many more women at chess tournaments. And that is really my dream. That's what I want to see.
I think that the future of chess, the role women will play in it, will be pretty much the same role that men play in it. I'm hoping that we'll get a better ratio of men to women in chess and just see it be even bigger sport and more people can enjoy it.
Chess is an ancient game. It's been around for longer than 2,000 years. And if we want to thrive and stick around for longer, we need women.
We need to, as women, stay in this game so that girls and women in the future can see us, see that we were here, and feel like they should be there too.
Ever since the chess engine Deep Blue defeated world champion Garry Kasparov in 1997, computers have been better at chess than even the best humans. Today, the margin isn't even close. Top engines play near-perfect chess, and playing against them is basically futile. But every now and again, there's a chess puzzle that stumps the engines, and us humans can solve it faster. Let's take a look at our first puzzle. So when we initially look here, the engine, as you can see, still thinks it's a draw. But if left for long enough, eventually it might find the mate in 8 sequence. So let's look at the first most intuitive sacrifice, maybe bishop f7. But then after the king takes back, queen follows up with queen h5, king g7. There's no real follow-up. There's no continued attack for white. So if we go back to the initial position, let's try that. Well, I already gave it away. Let's try that in a different move order, where instead of the bishop coming in first, we sacrifice the queen. As humans, of course, we love to sacrifice our queen. It just feels so good. And the king takes, and now we do the bishop check, and you'll see that this critical g6 square is cut off. So the best try for black is to go down here to king h8, and then we have a very quiet but deadly move. So we can bring in knight d2. Not attacking right away, but is preparing knight f3, which, as you can see, would lead to checkmate. What black can do is try to delay this, maybe by pinning. We can just push here, takes, and now black can only delay the inevitable. They can try f4 here to try to give themselves an escape square, but we just go knight f3 all the same, king g4, and now we have the pièce de résistance, a quiet, subtle e4. Now they have no more moves. No matter what black plays, we have checkmate on the next move. Ooh, how satisfying is that?
We are back after a time control that had us on the edge of our seats. We saw players with seconds left on their clock just scrambling to make moves. And boy, was it entertaining. So there we can see the bird's eye view. But I'd like to revisit the game, Lei Ting-jae against Lagno, because that one was a crazy time scramble. We saw Lei be completely losing, but having a look at the position that is on the board, to me, this looks like it could be just headed into a draw.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like white found queen c3, and I guess that was move 41, so that made it a little easier. And looks like we're going to see some trades. And as you pointed out before, if white is able to trade queens somehow with the pawns on one side of the board, it should just be a draw.
Yeah. So, yeah, but where did Katerina go wrong? Because she's going to be kicking herself. So we were discussing going to queen to f6 when it was seconds left on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
She chose a queen to g5, which surely is not a bad decision. But after bishop knight to f5, where do you think she could have improved?
Yeah, it looks like knight takes f5 just isn't the best move. But
no,
boy, if I didn't see knight f5 and I did not, and my opponent played that, I would be like so confused here. So it's possible that Lagno didn't see knight f5 and she was, flabbergasted by this move. But yeah, you have to readjust what you're thinking in this position.
Because the thing is, right, you can't step back with this bishop away because this knight is loose on d6. And again, if you trade off queens, white will be absolutely fine. Mm-hmm. And either you're going to have to make some aggressive move like bishop to f3 and you don't have too much time on the clock and you're like, well, what's going to happen after knight eg3? And still, this bishop is on prise. This knight is on prise.
It's a lot easier with an engine than just when you're in time trouble and analyzing yourself. Exactly. It's almost impossible.
So it's fair to kind of say that knight takes f5 was a good practical choice when you just have seconds left on your clock. But after queen takes e5, queen to d2, queen c3, beautiful backward queen move. And now bishop takes e2. Looks like black has won a piece, but unfortunately, this knight is up for grabs on f5. So the only way for white to play it, and it is very simple, is simply to go queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and now you can just grab that knight. And there, you can just see it on the camera. You can see Katerina. She knows she was winning. Mm-hmm. She knows she had it in the bag. And I would say that it was probably at the moment when she stepped back with the bishop. That was, and she didn't go knight to g4. She
She played
forgot
bishop
the rules of
g4.
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think White did a good job taking on d6, playing d6, running her queen around, and trying to create complications in the time trouble. I think in the losing position that Li Tingqi played really well.
Yeah, it was this moment where bishop takes h3, stunning move. Absolutely fantastic. But after queen takes b4, here she needed to introduce another piece into the attack with knight to g4, with the threat of playing bishop takes g2. And after queen takes b7, that could have just been met by rook to a3. Bishop takes g2 is a devastating threat. And there we go. You can see in the position after f takes g6, after the queens came off, e takes f5, rook to d2, and f takes g6, king to g7.
Yeah, I don't think these moves were played because they traded on
I don't think these
d4.
moves. Yeah, I don't think they were played. Hang on, I think that's maybe me being
Transmission error.
clumsy with my.
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's a transmission error.
Okay.
I think it was king g7, then f takes g6, and then draw a green.
That would make sense. So I'll put it on the board. So rook takes queen, e takes f5.
Yeah, then king
g7,
g7, then takes.
and there you go. And
Mhm.
this is as level as it comes. And Lei Ting-Jie, once again, she finds herself with her back against the wall, but once again, she manages to resourcefully defend her position. And for Katerina Lagno, another bitter disappointment. So close to the win, so close to playing such a beautiful game, and she doesn't quite manage to see it through. So that means let's have a look at some of the other games. Shall we go to the game between Vaishali and Muzychuk?
Yeah, that sounds good. That's as blocked up as you can get, except black has an extra pawn. But does it worth something?
Well, this is the big issue, right? Is black going to crash through in some way, and how to do it?
Yeah, it seems like black has to play double the rooks on the d file and play c6 and just keep trying to break through somehow. But I don't believe it. I don't think. I just don't think it's. I don't think it can work.
I don't think it can work either. Okay, so let's try it. So who's to play? So hang on, let me just get the moves up. Rook to d6 played, and now I pass. So I'm just going to go rook to d1. And you double up. And I pass.
And then c6.
Yeah, and I pass again.
Right. Then, I mean, you could play b5, but I was just going to take on d5, but maybe b5 is interesting also. Try to break through.
Okay, so let's look at c takes d5, or maybe b5, then turn attention. And now what? And now I go like this, and then c4, right? And you're crashing through.
Yeah, I think even b5, I think black's going to crash through now.
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm a bit careful, so if I go here, will you crash through?
Yeah, I can still. I think the way to win now is to trade on d5 and put the black king on d6 and then try to play b5. So rook on 6 to d7. Yeah, c takes.
I wasn't sure whether to go rook takes. Do I trade?
Either way, I'll get the same position with the rooks off. I'm gonna play king g6 and rook b8 and b5.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you.
Yeah, so let's play rook.
You're gonna go rook b.
Yeah, you could go there first. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so your plan is if I keep waiting, let's just go here.
Yeah, rook d7, rook d8, king d6, and then b5.
Hang on, just go rook d7, and then I wait some more, let's go like this. You go here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to go here.
Then rook
So you go
c7,
rook c7,
and then I'll
and
play
you're going to get
b5 next
b5.
move.
You get b5, and you go in. Okay, so that's
I would expect if
something.
black breaks through, black's going to win because black has that pawn on g3. So
Totally.
looks pretty good.
Yep. So there is some danger for Vaishali. So let's go back. Can't just sit around doing nothing. So in this position, after rook to d6, what happens if you go king to f3?
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking if white had the chance to play king g4 takes h4, would white's king get mated?
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
Still not sure.
But you
But
can wait.
probably
You
not.
can.
Yeah.
Can you not move your king around so that you can move your king to the other side of the board so that then you can go rook to d7. Sorry, yeah. Just so you can get access to this line.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow.
Yeah, I have to time this correctly.
Oh, hang on a
because-
second. You can do this. You can go rook to g7.
Okay.
And then white can do nothing other than wait.
Yeah, I'd play king
But
g2
again,
here.
yeah, but maybe she should. Yeah, because c6 is coming, so you need to stick with the king to g2.
Mhm.
And now king to d8.
King f3. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to play rook, double the rooks on the d file so I can play king g4.
I need to do it like this.
Okay, king g2.
Hang on, wait, what? I got it. So you got it like this. Rook to d8 first.
Okay, then king f3, I guess, or
King here.
okay, king g2.
And then now I go here.
You want to double your rooks that way and then play c6.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, so if I could play king g4 here, if I could legally do it.
I think I can let you do it. The idea is that I will then just check you.
But then king f3. And I'm only going to take on h4 if I can do it without getting mated. But my king g4 idea is to stop c6, just so you can't play c6.
But I think after king to g4. Okay, so yeah, I need to. Yeah, because here I've got it so that it's like this.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go king g4, I go rook. I go king c7. So this is why I wanted the rooks like this.
Right,
So
and I can't
take
take on h4 because rook g7 mates me, or rook g8. Yeah,
rook g8. And your king is bye-bye.
Yeah, there's probably a reason why the engine likes black so much. It's that probably black has a breakthrough at some point with c6.
Yes. It could also be, I must admit that I didn't entirely trust it. I thought that it was to do with king f3 played. So so Vaishali is going for this. I thought it was to do with it just thinking that black is a pawn up. And it wasn't seeing far enough down the horizon to see that it was very difficult to orchestrate a breakthrough.
Also possible, yeah.
So king f3. And so now this is where I'm suggesting rook to d7.
But I mean, I think you can play c6 right away, with the king on f3.
Okay, c6.
Because I'm not threatening king takes h4 yet.
Are you threatening this though?
Yeah, then I take on d5. And then I can play rook h7 or rook h8, I mean. Yeah, now rook h8, and then eventually I can kick your king out. But again, this takes a long time. But maybe I can achieve it.
But the thing is though, white can't do a single active move. So
right, I'll play king d6, I'll kick your king out, and then I'll play for b5 later. Yeah.
So white has to make a move, a random move. Let's put it here, just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And you've still got your ideas of b5, but you can also kick the king out and then put your king on d6. Yeah, this is looking really bad for Vaishali.
Yeah, if I can never break through anywhere with either e4 or c4, I'm probably winning because that pawn on g3 is a monster. Once we get a normal position, I should be winning, but this is like crazy blocked. And if I can crazy unblock it, then pawn on g3 is a monster.
Well, c6 played.
Mm-hmm.
c6 on the board. Can we backtrack a little bit? Because how did this happen? How did black get a pawn? Because we left it at this. And we were looking in the bird's eye view. This is as blocked as it gets. She played g4.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and not only that, when the knight went to c5, she traded it, which might not have been right.
Mm-hmm. And why did she go? So presumably she was worried about f5 coming. Because
I'm not even sure g4 would be on my radar. That seems like a dangerous kind of move to make.
Yeah, very surprising. Very surprising move, because I would have thought that knight to f2 is the most natural move. Yeah, white is really passive, but then again, you're solid. Because after g4, f takes g3. That's one massive, massive pawn that white is given up. f4, h5, and then this was her idea. She was just planning to set up that.
Trying to block it up and create a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you're right. Maybe after this was a mistake to trade off knights.
I was surprised she traded on c5, but I'm not sure what she was worried about by just doing nothing.
Yeah, maybe she just needs to go.
I guess black can play c6 eventually anyway.
But the difference with the knights on the board is that you can actually put your knight on f3, and one rook always will have to watch out for.
Yeah, that's true.
This pawn. Okay, black is much better, but maybe there's some drawing chances here, because in the game position, we go to it, we can't find the fortress, rook c6.
Right.
How to handle this one? So we tried rook c3 with the idea of keeping an eye on the c4 square, and this is where we were looking at pawn takes pawn, right?
I mean, one thing white could do is take with the e pawn and try to play rook g2 and king e4 and just keep it blocked again.
But also remember, we don't have to take immediately. You can wait until the time is right. So let's go to g8.
Yeah, rook d2. I want to keep my rook on g2.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe instead of rook c3, just white plays rook g2 immediately, and then takes with the e pawn and plays king e4 when that happens, if that ever happens.
So in this position, c6, which is the game position.
So rook on 1 to d2.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to play rook g2. I'm going to do nothing. And when you take on d5, I'm going to play e d5, and then I'm going to play king e4.
Okay, so let's...
If you sack your e pawn, so you can get the e file, I mean, then I have a passed d pawn also, And you're not a pawn up, so I don't know.
But wait 1 second.
Yeah.
So
So
here you're gonna.
rook
So
G2.
here
No, I don't
you
want to
can,
take that. No, I
you
want to play
can't
rook
take.
G2. Yeah, I always want to play rook G2.
Yeah, because
Yeah, yeah.
I can. Can I
Ah, you
move
can
on
do
you?
that, and I can't take with the E pawn. Well,
Yeah.
that's not nice. Yeah, that that that
That's my
that
middle
just
name.
that just stops my plan completely. Uh,
Yeah.
I guess I can try to play rook F1 and king E3 before you do this, but that sounds like a lot. That sounds like I can't get so many moves in.
Okay.
I mean, I would have to be prepared to do that like 7 moves ago.
Also, you got your B5 idea still in the works,
Right. Yeah.
in this type of position, because I don't have to rush for taking it. B5 is still
Yeah, it
coming.
seems like my passive play would lose to your B5, yeah. Because as
Yeah.
soon as you break through on the queen side, my king side pieces are bad.
Okay.
It could just be
Well,
there's no fortress, and Magnus is right. There's no fortresses.
I don't think this one is a fortress because
Yeah.
B5, C takes D5. We saw with the ideas of C4. This pawn is so strong. Well, it looks like Vaishali is in big trouble. Shall we check in on the other games that are continuing? Let's maybe quickly pop in at Tan Zhongyi and Salimova. That's the one with the least drama. And I can see the evaluation bar solidly in the middle. That's because it is equal.
Yeah, and White's trying to press and try to break through on the king side, but there's so few pawns on the board.
There's one trick though I can see that if actually I'm maybe not so equal as I thought, because after E takes F5, E6. Now you've got to be very careful that you don't go King F6 because E7. And then here, I expected the evaluation bar to go all the way up in White's favor, but it hasn't. It's stuck in the middle. Why is it stuck in the middle? Is it because of Rook H1?
What's funny is after Rook H1, I can be a piece up. I can be a piece up by throwing to a knight. That should be winning for sure.
Yeah, that should be winning,
So
right?
so is it F4?
It must be F4. No, that's not the.
No, it's not
no,
F4.
no, no. No, it's not F4. Because I guess you go King F3. And now the pawn is never going to be. So it must be.
I'm confused why black could be drawing here. I mean, it seems like Rook H1, I can throw to a knight and I win, but I guess I don't.
No.
I mean,
Is there some glitch in the system? What is it? I mean, do you go Rook H? Maybe Rook H3.
we just keep checking until the king can go to the rook can go to the E file. That does make sense because we have Rook E4 if the king walks up the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the king walks up to D4, we go here, and then the rook swings to E4 to get behind the pawn. And if the king ever approaches, we keep checking. And then once the king goes to F3, we keep checking. King to G2. That's it, Rook E3, and it will be a draw. So F5.
You were trying to lose with black, and you still couldn't do it. That's how equal it is.
But I did try. Did my best. But in the end, it's like they say, all rook and pawn endings are drawn. So E6 played, and I wonder whether King F6 is
I
going to
thought you would just play Rook H1 here and just put the rook behind.
Yep. Okay. Well, we'll find out in a few minutes what she plays, but let's go back to the bird's eye view and check in on the game between Humpy and Alexandra Goryachkina. And when we last left it, Humpy didn't have too much time on the clock and was surviving, but she survived well because there the players have agreed a draw. It is an equal rook and pawn endgame. Let's see how that game actually continued, because when we left it around move 36, and we left it in this particular situation where F5 had occurred on the board, and there we saw Humpy just defend coolly with knight to d2, rook c1, and king to f2. Aha, so Goryachkina never took that pawn on g2 because she was afraid about the counterplay on b5. So that's how this happened. So rook to d1, bishop to e3, and now we get this is a very nice move played with.
Yeah, king e2 is a brilliant move.
Yeah, king e2 played, but she had 40. She was done on move 41, so she made her last move with seconds to spare, and she was able to figure out the complications. King e2, brilliant, and now knight takes e3, knight to b3, and this is what Goryachkina perhaps had overlooked. Two pieces are under attack. So now rook to d5, and now here we go. We have an equal king and rook pawn endgame. Wow, some nice defense there from Humpy.
Great defense. Yeah. By the way, we need to go back to the Vaishali game because Vaishali's doing what I said, and Muzychuk didn't stop it like you stopped it when you played rook g5.
Okay, yeah, well, let's go there.
Yeah, she took immediately on d5 instead of getting the rook to g5 first.
So we left it at c6, rook 1 d2, c takes d5, e takes d5, rook to g8, rook to d2. Oh, and this could be a fortress.
Yeah, once my king gets to e4, and I just move my rook on d1, my rook on the d file around, you can break through by playing b5, but it looks like black could be risking losing doing that because you're giving white a lot of passed pawns.
Is there any universe where these two rooks can double? No, there isn't.
No, I was thinking that also, playing rook g4 check to sack your rook.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking that also.
There is no universe where that happens. It doesn't work.
There's all universes are possible, so there could be.
Yeah. Oh, but now this one looks like a fortress.
Yeah, I think Muzychuk should have done your plan and put the rook on g5 and then take it on z5 so that white can't do this.
Oh. But you know what this means for Anna Muzychuk? That it will be her third game in a row where she has spoilt a winning position.
Yeah, it looks like black is risking losing if black plays b5 and goes crazy on the queen side.
Okay, well, maybe we can try it. So how to do it? How to organize it?
I don't know
because first up, I kind of want to activate the rook.
Once you play b5, you got to play a4 or c4 depending on which way white takes, and that's really dangerous also.
So let's activate the rook.
Okay, so I'll play king e4. So you never play e4.
Yeah, so I go like this.
Well, if I decide I'm going to play a takes b5, then I'm going to put my rook on the a file. And if I decide I'm going to play c takes b5, I'm going to put my rook on the c file. Which way am I deciding? Good question. I think I'll take with a pawn. So let's play rook d1, rook a1, and then just do nothing. And then I'll just play rook a1 to a2 the rest of the game.
And unfortunately, there's just no possibility to sacrifice. I need an extra pawn on h5. Then maybe. There's no potential to sacrifice a rook on g4 because the king will just simply step back to f3. Okay, so if I go rook c8, you go rook c1.
No, I'm going to take with the a pawn, so I'll just play rook a1. Yeah, I'm just going to play rook a1, rook a2. If you play b5, I'm going to take with the a pawn. I mean, then white has a lot of passed pawns, b5 and d5.
Yeah.
So not sure who's playing for a win there. That could be dicey.
That could be very dicey. So that what we're talking about is for black trying to organize a b5 pawn push, and after a takes b5, white has full control over this pawn break on a4. And yeah, it's not going to be easy. Rook A1.
No, if black goes crazy,
Yeah,
black
rook
could
A8.
lose. I mean, it's
Yeah,
possible.
totally. Rook
I'm
A8.
just playing rook A1, rook A2, and back and forth.
And let's improve the rook to G5 so you can't move your king.
Yeah, I thought black had to double on the A file, which seems crazy. I don't know.
Okay, let's try that one. Let's try that one.
That seems crazy to wait right away.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
rook
you're
A1.
gonna wait.
Yeah, you double on the A file and play B5 and then play B. But again, I think I could take with the C plot also.
And then you want to go, and then
I mean, black's
thing
just
is,
giving up
though,
all of the pawns.
Totally. And I'm a bit worried you can actually, I don't know. So how are you going to wait?
It's
Rook
funny.
A3?
If you double on the A file, I'll play rook C1. If you double on the C file, I'll play rook A1. So you can never play B5. I just stopped.
Yes. Yeah, you don't have to capture.
Yeah,
So
and then I'll
here in
just
this
capture the other
position,
way
B5,
Yeah.
planning for A4, but unfortunately C takes B5.
Yeah, now I'm not sure who's playing for a win here. White's got a lot of pawns now.
And look at this. This pawn on H4.
Yeah, rook C4,
loose.
king moves, rook takes H4. Yeah, this is.
It's loose. No. You cannot do this.
I'm not sure who's going to win now.
This is just a blockade. So here, okay. So let's go back. So we left it at C6.
Right, and she has to play your line here. She has to play for. Well, it might be too late after C6 to do that. Maybe if she plays rook G8, I can play. Can I take on C6? No, I can't because you take and play G2.
Yes.
Yeah, you play G2.
Yeah. So this is the way to do it.
Although it's possible I can wait for rook G5, then take on C6. Actually, I could take on D5 now because if you play ED, I mean, it's not your move, but I don't have to play rook G5 first. Because if I play rook G5 and you play king E4, then I can play G2. And then I have good winning chances. If your rook's on D2, I just win. But
yeah. And the players.
Yeah, they just
handshake. It was a fortress in the end, and it was a well-saved draw for Vaishali. But Anna Muzychuk, the disappointment.
I can't believe we're going to see 4 draws today.
Yes, we're going to do it.
They were so exciting. They were so exciting games.
They were incredibly exciting. And I think this is the perfect moment for us to take a very short break. And we'll be back in a few minutes with the result of the last ongoing game.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment. Their father, Laszlo Polgar, believed that anyone could be a genius, and he set out to prove it with his 3 daughters. At an early age, the eldest, Susan, showed an affinity for both chess and math, but her passion was at the chessboard. Susan became the best female chess player in the world by age 15. Their father nurtured his daughter's gift, and when it came time, he taught chess to both of Susan's sisters as well. Before they were even teenagers, Susan Sofia and Judah Polgar became world-renowned for their exceptional chess skill. At age 15, Judah Polgar became the youngest person to achieve a Grandmaster title, an incredible chess record which had been held by Bobby Fischer for 34 years. Judah quickly climbed the ranks in chess, mercilessly destroying Grandmaster opponents and gaining victories and accolades. She became the number 7 player in the world, reaching a peak rating of 2735 and defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov. At Rome in 1989, Sofia made history with an incredible 2900 rating performance, one of the best ever recorded to that date. She later decided to pursue other avenues than chess, but according to Laszlo, she had the most talent. These 3 sisters defied the norms at the time and became champions. To this day, they fight for equality in chess and continue to inspire the next generation.
I try to be the person to help kids learn chess and through chess to be more successful in life.
The Polgars left a legacy both on the board and in the world.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
We are back with the final portion of round 5 of the women's candidates. And it's been a topsy-turvy round. We've had 3 draws, but they've been fighting draws. They've been full of surprises, twists and turns, and now 1 game remaining. So Ben, let's dive in. It's between Tan Zhongyi and Nurgul Salimova. Now, this game has been without any of the usual twists and turns that I was talking about. This one looked like it was staunchly in the middle. The evaluation bar didn't move that much. And here, I think the evaluation bar will continue to be in perfect equilibrium.
Yeah, it seemed like Salimova sacrificed a pawn in the early middle game, got compensation, always had good compensation. And even though the engine preferred white, it didn't prefer white by that much. And eventually white had to give the pawn back to get to basically an equal ending. And it's been equal since move 30. This is a very high level game. It looks like we'll have all draws today. And this is probably the game where nobody really had a serious advantage. Unlike in the other games where we thought we'd see some decisive results. But I told this to my student a couple days ago. I said, he's 1700. I said, top players, when they're losing, they fight really hard and they draw a lot of worse positions. And a lot of lower rated players, when they have a bad position, they just go downhill. And it's funny because a lot of times a lower rated player will use the engine analysis to back up the fact that them losing was okay. They're like, well, the engine said my opponent's +2, and the rest of the game, my opponent was +2 or more, and I lost. What do you want me to do? And the higher rated players, when they're -2, -3, somehow they fight back and they draw the game. That's why you see more draws at the top level, because when they're worse or much worse or losing, they fight really hard, they find chances, and because of that, they can defend a lot of positions, which technically may be lost, but difficult to win if you put up a lot of resistance. And that's what happened in most of the games. This game was pretty equal throughout, and we're very likely to see a draw pretty soon.
Yes, well, it has to be pretty soon because Salimova has just advanced her pawn to h3. It's 2 squares away from queening. Now is the moment to release this rook from b7 and get behind the h-pawn. Otherwise, Tan might be taking one risk too many. But yeah, I agree. When it comes to fighting, I agree with you. It's always important to have a positive mindset and just kind of not think in terms of like -2, -3. Instead, just to think how you can make your opponent's life difficult. There was always a saying that my dad taught us. He says, why make life easy for your opponent when you can be impossible?
Yeah, I guess the easiest way to draw is to promote to a queen and then play rook h7, and then there's nothing much left.
Absolutely. But the thing that impressed me the most about Salimova is, you kind of called it, round about move 13. Just simply playing d4, abandoning this pawn in order to just increase the scope of the pieces, especially this bishop, because there is no kind of concrete follow through. It was just more or less based on improving the piece play and just understanding that this backward d pawn was gonna be a target for the rest of White's days. So that really, really, really impressed me. So as you can see, let's go back to the game position because the players are playing f8 queen, king takes f8, rook h7, and now this pawn on h3 is going to drop, and the players are now barreling towards that draw. Well, for Tan Zhongyi, perhaps a slight disappointment because Salimova, she is the lowest rated participant by far. Tan is playing with the white pieces. Perhaps she could have hoped for more from her position.
Yeah, talk about, I get a lot of questions when I stream. Do you think so-and-so will become an IM? Do you think so-and-so will become a GM? Or I'm 1200, you think I'll be a GM someday? I get that question a lot. And if anybody ever asks me, do you think Salimova will be a GM? My answer is I'm surprised she's not already a GM. So she'll definitely be a GM soon. She's the only IM in the field, but in like a year or less, she'll be a grandmaster, and deservedly so. She's on the same footing as the other players in this tournament, and I guess just hasn't had the chance to get lots of norms yet. But she's definitely not going to be a big underdog in any game, no matter what the rating of her opponent is. She's a very strong player.
Yes, she came second in the World Cup. And also in terms of GM norms, I think she has 1. And maybe even 2. Definitely massive talent. And here they come, f4 pawn. But king takes f4. The pawns will simply be picked off. And you can see on my screen that the computer has already decided that it's going to be a draw.
That's right. I guess they agreed to a draw after f4.
Yeah, my guessing is that as well. I'm not sure why the cameras and my computer having a disagreement, but here, okay, king. And there you can see.
Yeah, typically in these positions at this level, they play the king versus king because it's fun. It's fun to have king versus king.
Yeah, it shows something. And yes, I'm not quite sure that the
camera view
position
that we
we
have
have, the
is from a
camera
position
is
from a
different.
while ago. Yeah, it's from a
It
while
is.
ago. Yeah,
It is from a
that's
while
that's
ago.
not the
So
live camera. Probably they're fighting each other because they drew the game, so they want to win somehow, and they can't show that on camera. That would be a good way to settle draws. The players have to fight each other.
yes.
Then
What kind of fight, though?
Fabi wouldn't be so high rated. So
Well, I think. Do you have those thumb wars? I'm very good
yeah,
at
we
that.
can. Yeah, that's a fair way to do it. Yeah,
I think so. I think so. You don't need to be physically strong for that one. So yeah, and there you can see the players on their way to securing that draw.
Hey, and here we go. We have a different view.
We certainly do have a different view, and there you can see for the first time in this event, all 4 games have finished in a draw. Ooh,
It's my fault.
Well, you provided us with a lot of entertainment, Ben, because boy, did we have so many twists and turns, so many unexpected results. I mean, we did see that Anna Muzychuk perhaps spoiling what was a winning position against Vaishali. And again, the game between Katerina Lagno against Leiting J, that one for me was fantastic, full of excitement from the beginning to the end. What about you, Ben? What was your highlight?
Yeah, I liked all the games, but I think my favorite game was the game that was not won by Ling Tangchi against Lagno. I think the Lagno game was a game I was expecting to be decisive.
Totally expected. I thought it was going to be finishing in a brilliancy with when we saw Bishop takes h3. I thought, wow, this is a spectacular result. But let's take a look at the standings, see how today's results have impacted the leaderboard. But there, of course, there has been no change because it has been balanced throughout. Tan Chongyi is still in the lead with 3.5 points out of 5. Alexander Goryachkina still in sole second, this time with 3 points out of 5, and a 3-way tie with players all on 50%. Still with -1, it's Humpy Koneru, Leiting J, Anna Muzychuk. Do you expect these standings to change tomorrow?
I expected them to change today, but as usual, I was wrong. So I'm going to guarantee they change tomorrow. We can't see 2 rounds in a row with all draws. So there's going to be some decisive games tomorrow.
And tomorrow, we're going to see Vaishali take on Katerina Lagno. Humpy Koneru, she plays Leiting J. Tan Chongyi will this time face Anna Muzychuk, and Nurgul Salimova plays Alexandra Goryachkina. Which one of these games are you most excited about?
I think Salimova versus Goryachkina is one, because Goryachkina I thought was the favorite going into the event, and Salimova, the only player who's not a GM, but in my opinion, underrated. And she has the white pieces, so I think both players are going to play for a win. It's the lowest rated player versus the highest rated player, and both sides want to win. And it's very important for both of them in the standings that they get some more points. So I'm looking most forward to that game. But as usual, I'm looking forward to all the games because all the players are so strong.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to working with you again tomorrow. It's been a lot of fun, Ben. I couldn't have asked for a better partner. What a game full of near misses, opportunities, and of course, 4 drawn results for the first time in this event. Thank you all for watching, and tomorrow we'll see what happens. Will there be more of the same, or will there finally be a decisive result? We'll find out. See you then.